Chapter 5017. Mullins didn't expect that all of this was a plot against Lu Ming. She simply thought that something had happened to Du Ling. Therefore, Mullins didn't tell Lu Ming this news. She quietly left Sky Orchid Garden and headed out of Tsongqing Godly Realm. Mullins purposely avoided Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others. However, not long after she left Tsongqing Godly Realm, she was surrounded. Those who surrounded her were Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others. I've been tricked. As soon as she saw Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others, Mullins knew that she had been tricked. These people wanted to take her down and force Lu Ming to come out and fight. Mullins certainly wouldn't give up. She tried her best to break out of the encirclement. However, although she had the combat strength of a second-time GG breaker, there was a huge difference between a third-time GG breaker and a second-time GG breaker. Moreover, there was more than one third-time GG breaker. Mullins couldn't break out of the encirclement. She didn't even have time to transmit her voice before she was captured by Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. Lu Ming, bad news. On this day, Han Yu rushed into Sky Orchid Garden with a pale face. Lu Ming's heart sank. Han Yu, what happened? Senior Sister Mullins has been captured by Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. Han Yu hurriedly said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly spread out his spiritual awareness and covered Mullins' room. As expected, he found that Mullins' room was empty. Lan Xiang, what's going on? When did your miss leave? Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of one of Mullins' maids. Lu Ming and Mullins were cultivating in different rooms. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't know when Mullins left. I don't know. I don't know when Miss Mullins left either. Lan Xiang shook her head repeatedly. Something must have happened. Otherwise, Senior Sister Mullins would have informed me when she left. Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, what should we do? Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others said that they want you to go out and suffer. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to Mullins. Han Yu said. Since they want to die, let's grant them their wish. Let's go. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. He had not seen Mullins for many years, and he was filled with guilt towards her. Now, these people were actually using Mullins to threaten him. He was completely enraged. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to these people, but now, he wanted to kill them. Immediately, Han Yu led the way and rushed toward the exit with Lu Ming. Outside one of the exits of the Azure Divine Realm, there were two groups of people facing each other in the void. One of them was the 9-in Demon Spider and the extreme evil race led by Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. The other group was the human experts of the Firmament Divine Realm. Many people in the Firmament Divine Realm knew that Mullins had fallen into the hands of Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. They were furious and rushed over. However, the human experts did not attack, mainly because they were afraid of Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. Although they had the advantage in numbers, no one was a match for Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. The main reason was that there were no experts who had broken through 3 times. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, you are despicable. How dare you use a woman to threaten Lu Ming? Hand over Mullins. Suddenly, a young man from the human clan rushed out with large strides. It's Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji is here. The human experts were overjoyed. The human clan finally had an invincible divine master who had broken through 3 times. Ridiculous. That Lu Ming killed and stole the treasure. He is the despicable one. Now, he is a coward hiding in the Firmament Divine Realm. Hand over Lu Ming and we will release Mullins. Mo Sha sneered. Bullsh *T. I will kill you now. Zhao Wuji shouted coldly. He did not stop and attacked Mo Sha. Mo Sha was not afraid and attacked back. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. This was not the first time the two of them had fought. Their strength was evenly matched, and it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Mo Sha, do you want me to help you? Zhu Tian chuckled at the side. Zhu Tian, your opponent is me. Another figure stepped out from the human clan. It was a young man with a big beard. Fu Yuan. Zhu Tian frowned and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Zhu Tian, you dare to capture our people near the Azure Divine Realm? How dare you? I think you're courting death. Fu Yuan shouted. That's right. Hand her over. Otherwise, all of you will stay here. The others shouted as well. Mulins was a great benefactor of the firmament divine realm. She was the disciple of an important figure in the firmament divine realm. Zhu Tian and the others had captured Mulins in the firmament divine realm. Most of them were furious and wanted to kill Zhu Tian and the others. With Fu Yuan and Zhao Wuji backing them up, they were not afraid. There were many human clan experts and there were hundreds of them. They outnumbered the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil clan. If something happened, they might be able to take down the other party. The 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil clan members' faces changed. They retreated and gathered together to prepare for a big battle. Mulins has been sent away by us. If you dare to act rashly and something happens to us, Mulins will be buried with us. Zhu Tian's cold voice rang out. The experts of the human race were shocked. They couldn't help but stop. They were afraid of taking action. Mulins was in their hands and they had to be careful. Even Zhao Wuji, who was fighting with Mo Sha, stopped. You are despicable. Many people shouted. Hand over Lu Ming. After we kill Lu Ming and avenge my brother Zhu Shi, we will naturally hand over Mulins. Zhu Tian said coldly. You want to take my life? Let's see if you have what it takes. A cold voice rang out. A figure flashed in the air and a young figure appeared. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming is finally here. Ah, that's great. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were among the crowd. They would not miss such a lively scene. When they saw Lu Ming, they were overjoyed. Zhu Tian and Mo Sha and the others' gazes were as sharp as swords as they stared at Lu Ming. You are Lu Ming. Zhu Tian's gaze was extremely cold. He did not hide his cold killing intent. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied coldly. Very well, I'll take your head. Zhu Tian closed in on Lu Ming. His terrifying cold aura locked onto Lu Ming. Zhu Tian, leave Lu Ming to me. On the other side, Mo Sha also closed in on Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming was a fish on the chopping block in their eyes. Apart from Zhu Tian and Mo Sha, the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race. That's right, they did not know that Lu Ming had defeated Fu Yuan. Pang Xiao did not tell them. Pang Xiao did not tell them about Lu Ming's combat strength because he was helping Lu Ming. He had his own plans. Chapter 50:18. Pang Xiao felt that Zhu Tian and the others might not be able to kill Lu Ming near the Tsongqing divine realm. Even if a few more experts came, it would still be difficult. The main reason was that there were many human experts near the Tsongqing divine realm. Those human experts might not just stand by and watch Lu Ming get killed. Even if Lu Ming had an inferior bloodline, many people would still help him. There were too many people in the Tsongqing divine realm who had fallen. Yes, Pang Xiao felt that those who didn't think inferior bloodlines were inferior had all fallen. He felt that they had to maintain their noble status in front of inferior bloodlines. Therefore, he didn't tell Zhu Tian and the others about Lu Ming's true battle strength and achievements. He wanted the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race to look down on Lu Ming. If that happened, the two races would definitely suffer a great loss. Perhaps more 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race would die at Lu Ming's hands. It would be best if a few powerful prodigies died. Then Lu Ming and the two races would really fight to the death. More experts would come to kill Lu Ming. In that case, no matter how powerful Lu Ming's combat ability was, he would only die. Therefore, the two races didn't know about Lu Ming's true battle strength. Of course, they didn't underestimate Lu Ming too much. This was because Moken might very well have died at Lu Ming's hands. If he could kill Moken, it meant that Lu Ming himself had the battle strength of at least the second break of the extreme evil realm. He might even be the limit of the second break of the extreme evil realm. However, with two invincible divine masters, Zhu Tian and Mo Sha, working together, Lu Ming would die no matter how strong he was. You want to bully me with numbers? Let me play with you. Fu Yuan shouted coldly. His Guqin appeared, and his aura rushed toward Zhu Tian. On the other side, Zhao Wuji also exuded a powerful aura. He faced Mo Sha and was ready to attack at any moment. It seems that you don't want Mulins's life. Other than Lu Ming, if anyone else dares to make a move, do you believe that I will immediately spread the news and have my people cut off Mulins's head? Mo Sha was filled with evil people, which made Fu Yuan and Zhao Wuji hesitate to act rashly. Speak, where is senior sister Mulins? Lu Ming asked, barely suppressing the anger in his heart. People who are about to die don't need to know so much. Zhu Tian sneered. Seeing that Fu Yuan did not dare to make a move, Zhu Tian once again charged towards Lu Ming. Zhu Tun, leave this Lu Ming to me. I want to avenge Moken. Mo Sha called out. He killed my little brother. I must cut off his head with my own hands. No one can compete with me. Zhu Tian's eyes were filled with madness. The madness in his eyes sent a chill down Mo Sha's spine. She could not help but stop in her tracks. Alright, I'll let you have Lu Ming. However, the 2 stalks of top-notch source-level divine medicine in the demonic Kuan's hands are with him. After killing him, I'll take these 2 stalks of top-notch source-level divine medicine. Mo Sha said, Alright. Zhu Tian said, You guys talk too much. Since you won't hand over senior sister Mulins, I'll capture all of you and exchange you for senior sister Mulins. Lu Ming said coldly. The battle god's spear appeared in his hand. A powerful aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. His attitude caused Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others to be stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, it seemed like he wanted to challenge all of them. Arrogant. Ignorant. These 2 words flashed through the minds of the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. Even the experts of the human race were taken aback. They knew that Lu Ming was very strong and had defeated Fu Yuan before. However, that was only after exchanging many blows. In a real battle to the death, he might not be able to defeat Fu Yuan. Zhu Tian's combat strength was not any weaker than Fu Yuan's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger than Fu Yuan. There was also Mo Sha. They were all invincible divine masters. Even if their combat strength differed, the difference was not too great. For example, Zhu Tian was one of the top invincible divine masters. He had defeated several invincible divine masters before. However, he had defeated them one-on-one. If he faced 2 invincible divine masters at the same time, he definitely would not be their match. Even if he pulled out 2 of the invincible divine masters he had defeated to join forces, Zhu Tian would still be defeated. Not many invincible divine masters could face 2 invincible divine masters at the same time. Therefore, although Lu Ming had defeated Fu Yuan, he was definitely not a match for Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. This Lu Ming is so arrogant. He won't die here today, right? That would be too easy for him. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were overjoyed. They had originally thought that Lu Ming might not die today. However, now that Lu Ming had taken the initiative to seek death, things were no longer so certain. Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed Moken. I'll kill you. An expert of the extreme evil race shouted as he took the lead and charged toward Lu Ming. This person held a strange weapon. This weapon looked like a saber, but it was not a saber. It looked like a sword, but it was not a sword. It was completely black and emitted an evil aura. This weapon was unique to the extreme evil race. It was called the Extreme Evil Blade. When activated by the extreme evil race's unique power and secret technique, its power was shocking. The Extreme Evil Blade went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. This was an expert who had broken through to the 2nd stage of the extreme break, and not just any ordinary 2nd stage extreme break. Among those who had broken through to the 2nd stage of the extreme break, he was considered a top expert. He was not weaker than Pang Xiao and was much stronger than Mo Kuan. Therefore, Zhu Tian and Mo Sha did not stop him. It was a good opportunity to test Lu Ming's strength. At this moment, Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely strong. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he swept his battle god spear out. Boom! The battle god spear rapidly expanded and struck the opponent's extreme evil blade. There was a loud explosion, followed by a scream. The expert of the extreme evil race was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. Furthermore, one of that man's arms had exploded, and the edge of utmost evil flew out of his hand. He was severely injured in one move. What? Many people could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Among them, Pang Xiao was the one who was the most shocked. He knew the expert of the extreme evil race. They had fought before. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them could defeat the other. However, this expert who was not weaker than him was so weak in front of Lu Ming. He had been severely injured in one move. Didn't that mean that when he faced Lu Ming, he would also be severely injured in one move? This combat power, Fu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His battle prowess was even stronger than when he had fought against him back then. Could it be that Lu Ming had not used his full strength when he fought with him? Fu Yuan felt like he had suffered a huge blow. The humans were already aware of Lu Ming's combat ability. Even they were shocked. The 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe were equally shocked. Even Zhu Tian and Mo Sha, the two invincible divine lords, could not help but widen their eyes. Before they could recover, Lu Ming's attack had already begun. Lu Ming let out a long howl and struck with his palm, using the primeval style. A piece of land formed above Zhu Tian and the rest, suppressing them. In an instant, dozens of experts from the two races were enveloped. Chapter 50-19. Set up the array and block it. Zhu Tian shouted. His body flickered as he set up several combined attack arrays. The people that Zhu Tian and Mo Sha had brought with them weren't useless. They were all very strong. Apart from the first break and second break experts, there were also two combined attack arrays of 21 people. The two combined attack arrays and the other experts attacked the ancient desolate continent together. Zhu Tian and Mo Sha also attacked. However, their attacks weren't aimed at the ancient desolate continent but at Lu Ming. Zhu Tian had 8 spider legs on his back. His entire body was covered in armor. Even his spider legs were covered in armor. The 8 spider legs were like 8 long spears that stabbed at Lu Ming. Mo Sha held the extreme evil blade and slashed at Lu Ming. Its power was much stronger than that of the extreme evil race expert. Facing the joint attack of the two experts, Lu Ming's killing intent became even colder. Buzz! The war god's spear vibrated. 2 spear lights shot out and stabbed at Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. The 3 invincible divine lords retreated too quickly. As soon as the 3 of them attacked, their attacks collided. Clang, 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 clang. 2 figures retreated. It was Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. This. The experts of the human race all gasped. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't calm down. Lu Ming had actually defeated 2 invincible divine lords in a head-on clash. What kind of terrifying power was this? At the same time, they were certain that Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength when he fought with Fu Yuan. Boom! At this moment, the ancient desolate continent finally collided with the experts of the 2 races. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were the 2 combined attack arrays of 21 people. The 21 people combined attack formations were pushed back violently. Then they trembled continuously and collapsed. The people who had set up the arrays spat out blood, their faces pale. The others who hadn't set up the combined attack arrays also coughed up blood. They were seriously injured. However, no one had died in the battle. The main reason was that Lu Ming had deliberately controlled his strength. Because now was not the time to kill these people. After all, Mulin's had fallen into the enemy's hands. If he killed these people, Lu Ming was afraid that Mulin's would be harmed. First, severely injuring these people and holding them hostage would make the other party wary. This was the best plan. Among them, Zhu Tian and Mo Sha were the most shocked. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too shocking. It was somewhat hard for them to imagine. Kill! Lu Ming roared and became one with his spear, turning into several terrifying spear lights that shot towards Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. The terrifying spear light was incomparably huge. It swept across the void, stirring up the vast void. The scene was too shocking. Spider will rend! Zhu Tian roared. Its whole body spun quickly, using its 8 spider legs as blades. In the high-speed rotation, it turned into an extremely sharp gear, cutting towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Emosha also went all out. He used his ultimate move to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attacks exerted immense pressure on them, forcing them to go all out and activate their combat abilities to the maximum. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, Zhu Tian and Emosha's figures retreated again. Their faces were pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Of course, Lu Ming still did not use his full strength. It was better not to expose all his strength if he could. After all, Mullins had not been rescued yet. He did not want to expose too much of his strength and make the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe feel too much pressure. If they were prepared in advance, it would be even more difficult to rescue Mullins. It was enough to take down Zhu Tian and Emosha. After injuring Zhu Tian and Emosha with 1 move, Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He continued to attack. Zhu Tian and Emosha resisted with all their strength. As for the other 2 tribes, they could not help as they were already heavily injured. However, even if Zhu Tian and Emosha resisted with all their strength, they could not hold on for long. After more than 10 moves, bang! Lu Ming's spear swept across Zhu Tian's chest. His body flew out like a rubber ball. Even with the top-grade source-grade armor, he could not withstand it. At least a dozen bones in his body were broken. He coughed out blood and was severely injured. Lu Ming was like a flash of lightning. He followed closely behind Zhu Tian, and the battle god's spear struck down again. Zhu Tian could not dodge at all and was hit by the battle god's spear once again. Sizzle, the battle god's spear struck the top-grade source-grade armor, producing an ear-piercing sound. 2 of Zhu Tian's spider legs were broken. If it were not for the protection of the top-grade source-grade armor, they would have exploded. Let's go! On the other side, Emosha was really scared out of her wits. She did not dare to stay any longer. With a loud roar, she flew into the distance, trying to escape. It was rare to see an invincible divine master run away after being beaten. Seeing Emosha escape, Zhu Tian was enraged. He shouted, "Mullins was taken away by the extreme evil race." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped on Zhu Tian's face and used the force of this step to chase after Emosha like a flash of lightning. Emosha had already been injured in the previous fight, and her speed had been greatly affected. On the other hand, Lu Ming's speed was at its peak. Therefore, Lu Ming quickly caught up with Emosha. With a palm strike, a continent appeared above Emosha's head and pressed down on her. "Damn it!" Emosha roared. Although she tried her best to resist, the result was already decided. As the continent pressed down, Emosha screamed. The terrifying power passed through the top-grade source-grade armor and hit Emosha's body. Cracking sounds came from Emosha's body. Who knew how many of her bones were broken? In the next instant, Lu Ming appeared in front of Emosha like lightning. His fingers were like hooks, grabbing Emosha's neck. Ah! Emosha roared and struggled madly. Unfortunately, it was useless. Her body was already heavily injured. How could she break free? "None of you can leave." Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He brought Emosha along and his figure flashed. He dashed toward the other people from the 2 tribes and continuously dealt heavy blows. After a while, the 9 demonic spider and dozens of experts from the extreme evil race, including Zhu Tian, were all suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a rope-like treasure and tied the dozens of experts tightly into a string. Zhu Tian and Emosha were among them. "Lu Ming, I won't let you live under the same sky as me. Kill me if you want. Otherwise, one day, I'll take revenge 10 times over." Zhu Tian and Emosha yelled. They wanted to slap Chen Fan to death. How embarrassing! An invincible divine master who had broken through 3 times, a top expert in the universe, was tied up like a chicken on a string. It was too embarrassing. This was a great humiliation that they would never be able to wash away in their lifetime. They wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wasn't moved. The human experts around were also dumbfounded. Chapter 50-20. At this moment, there were more than 300 human experts gathered around. These 300 humans were all dumbfounded, including experts like Zhao Wuji and Fu Yuan. Then, many people became excited. Too domineering, too domineering. As a human, this was how it should be. Thinking back to the primitive continent in the previous era, the human race had dominated the world. How grand was that? The human race at that time was just as domineering. Among them, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao had the most complicated feelings. Firstly, Lu Ming's combat power was too shocking. It was beyond their imagination and made them afraid. Secondly, they were a little excited. Lu Ming had treated Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others like that. The experts of the two races would definitely not let this matter rest. Later on, there would be more powerful people coming to deal with Lu Ming. There were at least a dozen invincible divine lords from the two races. Lu Ming could deal with 2, but could he deal with 3, 4, or even a dozen invincible divine lords? Not to mention, the two races had a large number of joint attacks. Lu Ming was dead meat. Tell me, where did you take senior sister Mulin's? Lu Ming glanced coldly at Mo Sha, Zhu Tian, and the others. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Mulin's was taken away by the extreme evil race. They probably took her to the extreme evil land. A 9-in demonic spider expert shouted. That's right, it has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Another 9-in demonic spider youth shouted. It was embarrassing to be tied up like this. They all wanted to get away as soon as possible. Shut up, you spiders can't be trusted. You're as timid as mice. Don't try to push all the blame to us. You spiders were the most active when we tried to take down Mulin's. The people of the extreme evil race were unhappy and started cursing. The relationship between the 9-in demonic spiders and the extreme evil race was not good. They were competitors and there were many fights between them. Previously, they had joined forces to force Lu Ming out. Now they were quarreling. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the two clans immediately shut their mouths. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a young man from the extreme evil race. Where is the land of extreme evil? Lead the way. Lu Ming said coldly. What? The young man from the extreme evil race and the others were shocked. What was Lu Ming trying to do? You want to kill your way to the land of extreme evil? The land of extreme evil was the headquarters of the extreme evil race. It was a terrifying forbidden area during the prehistoric continent. Now, dozens of members of the nefarious tribe had awakened. It could be said that there were many experts among them. If Lu Ming took the initiative to kill his way into the land of extreme evil, he would be courting death. The extreme evil tribe had a total of 7 invincible divine masters. Aside from Mo Sha, there were 6 more. In addition, there were even more powerful joint attack formations. Lu Ming would be courting death if he went there. Lu Ming, you can't. There are still 6 invincible divine masters in the land of extreme evil, Han Yu hurriedly said, trying to calm Lu Ming down. Now that Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others were in Lu Ming's hands, Lu Ming could let 1 or 2 members of the extreme evil race go back to report. He could use Mo Sha and the others to exchange for Mulin's. That was the best plan. However, Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He didn't plan to do that. He had always felt guilty toward Mulin's. Other than Autumn Moon, Mulin's was the first woman he had known. When he was still weak, Mulin's had helped him enter the Mystic Essence Sword sect to cultivate. Later, Mulin's had used her own happiness to help Lu Ming become a Tian Divine Guard. Mulin's had helped him a lot. Without Mulin's, Lu Ming wouldn't be where he was today. But later, Lu Ming had known Xian Yanqing. Because he didn't want to hurt Xian Yanqing's feelings, Lu Ming had reluctantly distanced himself from Mulin's. He had been young back then. Now that he had experienced more things, both Xian Yanqing and himself had slowly let go. However, Lu Ming still felt guilty toward Mulin's. Now that he had finally found Mulin's, the 9-in demonic spider and the extreme evil race had kidnapped Mulin's to deal with him. This had touched his bottom line. He wouldn't let this go so easily. He wanted the two races to pay the price. At the same time, he wanted to use this battle to make a name for himself and intimidate the rascals so that there wouldn't be endless trouble in the future. He had to go to the land of extreme evil. Lead the way. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the young man from the extreme evil race to tremble. "Bring him there," Immortal shouted. Since Lu Ming wanted to go to the land of extreme evil, why not bring him there? There were many experts in the land of extreme evil. When Lu Ming went there, he could do whatever he wanted. "Hey, I'll lead the way," the young man from the extreme evil race said. Lu Ming let go of his hand and the young man from the extreme evil race flew into the distance. Lu Ming followed behind him with a group of people. "Let's go and take a look. We have to go. If the extreme evil race dares to bully us, we'll attack. After all, Lu Ming is a member of the human race. We can't let him suffer. I'll send a message immediately and call a few experts to help." Many people in the Azure Divine Realm shouted. Some people took out their voice transmission jade talismans and called their friends to go to the land of extreme evil. Even Zhao Wuji, Fu Yuan, and the others took out their voice transmission jade talismans and sent messages. Not long after, a large number of experts from the human race headed to the land of extreme evil. The Azure Divine Realm was quite far from the land of extreme evil. With Lu Ming's speed, it would take at least half a month to reach the land of extreme evil. Along the way, they met many people from other forbidden lands. What's going on? When these people saw that Lu Ming had brought a group of people with him, they were all dumbfounded. It's like this. Among the human race, someone who was talkative immediately told them what had happened. "I can't believe such a thing happened. Let's go and take a look." Then, these people followed behind Lu Ming and headed toward the land of extreme evil. Moreover, these people spread the news to their friends and family. This news spread like a hurricane to the 6 superpowers in the Western universe. "I say, can you put us away or cover us with something?" a young man from the 9 demonic spider shouted. "Yeah, cover us." The others shouted as well. It was too embarrassing to be tied up like this and swaggered through the streets. They wished they could find a dog hole to hide in. That would be better than this. Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He continued to pull these people toward the land of extreme evil. The experts of the extreme evil tribe in the land of extreme evil also received the news quickly. They were all furious. "How dare you tie up the people of the extreme evil tribe? You're courting death. Who is that Lu Ming? He's too daring. How dare he come to our land of extreme evil? Men, gather the experts. When this person comes, we must tear him into pieces." The people of the extreme evil tribe shouted angrily. The experts of the 9 demonic spider were also furious. After the experts of the 9 demonic spider heard the news, they sent out their experts to the land of extreme evil. The Western universe was in turmoil. Chapter 50-21. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the others finally arrived at the abominable land. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, a large number of figures rushed out of the abominable land. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were all elites of the abominable tribe. The 9 demonic spiders are also here. Very good. Lu Ming looked to the other side and saw a large number of 9 demonic spiders. The 9 demonic ruins where the 9 demonic spiders lived was closer to the abominable land than the abominable land was to the abominable land. Therefore, the 9 demonic spiders arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the others. Other than the 9 demonic spiders, there was a group of creatures that Lu Ming was unfamiliar with. There were about a few hundred of them. They were tall and burly, and they were covered in black armor. Each of them carried a black sword on their back. At first glance, they looked like a group of warriors. Creatures of the Forbidden Lands, Dark Heaven warriors. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were a total of 6 forces in the Western universe. Other than the humans in the abominable land, the other 5 forces were all creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The Dark Heaven warriors were one of the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. It was said that there were fewer of them than the other Forbidden Lands, but their combat strength was terrifying and their vitality was shocking. Their average strength was ranked first among the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Obviously, the Dark Heaven warriors were closer to the abominable tribe and had arrived earlier than them. As for the other 2 Forbidden Lands, there were only a few of them, and they were obviously further away. "You humans are so bold to treat our people like this. Do you want to start a full-scale war? An elite of the abominable tribe roared as he looked at the human elites behind him with an evil and cold gaze. That's right. You're provoking both of our races at the same time. Do you still think that you humans are the same as the humans of the Eldritch continent? An elite of the 9 demonic spiders shouted. Let's start a war then. We're not afraid of you. The experts of the human race were also enraged. They all retorted. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. This is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with the human race. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. He found that while there were some humans in the Azure Divine Realm like Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao who were of inferior character and showed off their superiority in front of those with inferior bloodlines, most of the humans were good. They didn't look down on him because of his inferior bloodline. Moreover, they were very united with each other. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people following Lu Ming to the land of extreme evil. Their purpose was to cheer for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming did not want to implicate the human race because of his personal affairs. With the strength of the human race, they were no match for the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe. Once the battle started, the Tsangqing Divine Realm would be at a great disadvantage. Brat, you want to shoulder the responsibility alone? You may not be able to do it alone. The 9 demonic spider shouted coldly. Brat, quickly release my clansmen, shouted a member of the extreme evil race. Release my senior sister first, then I will naturally release her. Lu Ming said. You want to negotiate with us in the land of extreme evil? I'm afraid you don't have the right. A youth from the extreme evil race sneered and kept pressing towards Lu Ming. A terrifying and evil aura filled the air. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying expert who had broken through 3 times. Besides this person, there were other experts from the extreme evil race who were also pressing forward. They were all invincible almighty. Although they were arrogant, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, Zhu Tian and Imo Sha were tied together. Humph, if you don't hand them over, I'll beat you until you do. Lu Ming snorted and waved his hand. He activated the Chaos Ring and put Zhu Tian, Imo Sha, and the others into it. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming had put away Imo Sha and the rest, the members of the extreme evil tribe instantly exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the extreme evil blade was unsheathed. In an instant, 5 terrifying attacks flew towards Lu Ming. The 5 invincible almighty from the extreme evil race attacked at the same time. Despicable. You want to bully him with your numbers? 5 against 1. What kind of supreme talent are you? Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others shouted. Divine light shone from their bodies as they wanted to help Lu Ming. This time, the human race had sent 3 invincible almighty. Coincidentally, Lu Ming had seen them before. They were Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and Yen Wudao. It's not your business. It's better if you don't interfere. A cold voice rang out. Several figures rushed towards Fu Yuan and the other evil people. They were the experts from the 9 demonic spider race. They blocked Fu Yuan and the others so that they couldn't help Lu Ming. With this delay, the attacks of the 5 experts from the extreme evil race were already close to Lu Ming. It looked like Lu Ming was about to be cut into pieces by these 5 attacks. At this moment, some people's hearts were in their mouths, while others were overjoyed. The overjoyed people were naturally Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. They had also followed along. Their main purpose was to see Lu Ming being killed by the experts from the extreme evil race with their own eyes. Now, their wish was about to come true. Who in the world could defeat the 5 invincible almighty from the extreme evil race when they joined forces? Unless it was an expert who had broken through 4 times. However, in the entire Western universe, among the 6 major forces, there were only 2 people who had broken through 4 times. These 2 people represented the absolute pinnacle of the almighty realm. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was still a far cry from those 2. At this moment, Lu Ming attacked. Everyone felt a terrifying aura suddenly erupt from Lu Ming's body. This aura was extremely powerful and shocking. It was like the energy produced by tens of thousands of stars exploding at the same time. Then, this energy turned into 5 spear lights that pierced toward the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. Each spear light collided with a blade of extreme evil. Boom 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 boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the light was extremely dazzling. Then, the crowd saw 5 figures retreating rapidly. What? At this moment, everyone ignored the bright light and widened their eyes in shock. This was because the 5 people who had retreated were the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. The 5 experts from the extreme evil race had been forced to retreat. The 5 of them had joined forces to attack Lu Ming, but they had been forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming stood in the void and did not take a single step back. How was this possible? Many people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were hallucinating. Even Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, Yan Wudao, and the invincible almighty from the 9-yin demonic spider narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Lu Weiyang and Pang Zhao's mouths were wide open, and they could not say a word. Lu Ming roared, and his aura soared to the Milky Way. He held the spear with one hand, and the forbidden power kept pouring into the War God Spear. The War God Spear kept growing bigger and bigger, and finally, it smashed toward the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. Yes, there were no extra tricks. It was simply smashing down. It was overbearing. The huge War God Spear carried an extremely violent aura, and it enveloped the 5 experts from the extreme evil race. Chapter 50-22. The 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe widened their eyes and felt a chill in their hearts. Annihilation Heavenly Spirit. 1,000 years evil kill. The 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe roared. They pushed their combat strength to the maximum and used their strongest attack, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. 5 killer moves rushed toward the War God Spear and collided with the War God Spear. Kaboom! Heaven and earth trembled violently, and the void was torn apart by the terrifying force, creating a series of hideous cracks. The 2 sides attacked each other for a breath. But after a breath, the killer moves of the 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe trembled violently and collapsed. The War God Spear did not stop. It continued to press down. Bang! Bang! The 5 masters of the extreme evil tribe retreated. They coughed up blood and their faces were pale. Break the sky! Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He used the break the sky form. It turned into a sharp spear light and pierced toward one of the extreme evil tribe members. The extreme evil tribe member was already injured. There was no way he could dodge Lu Ming's attack. With a puff, the spear light pierced through the extreme evil tribe member's body. It almost pierced through his body. The spear light sent him flying tens of thousands of miles away. If it were not for the fact that this person had a top-notch source-grade armor, he would have been killed. Then, Lu Ming changed the direction of his spear. He swept out and hit one of the extreme evil tribe members. The extreme evil tribe member's body flew out like a meteorite. He flew back into the land of extreme evil and crashed into a mountain. The mountain almost shattered. The remaining 3 masters were shocked. They could not help but retreat. You want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He slapped out and used the primitive desolation form. A continent appeared and pressed down on one of the invincible masters of the extreme evil tribe. The invincible master roared and tried his best to resist. But when he touched the continent, his body trembled violently and he coughed up blood. Then, Lu Ming grabbed with his big hand and a huge palm condensed. It grabbed at the person and caught him in his hand. The remaining 2 invincible masters of the extreme evil tribe finally took the opportunity to retreat tens of thousands of miles away. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. The extreme evil race's 5 invincible god masters faced off against Lu Ming. Surprisingly, they were defeated by Lu Ming. 2 of them were seriously injured, one was captured by Lu Ming, and the other 2 retreated in panic. These were 5 invincible divine masters. What was an invincible divine master? It meant that they were invincible in the divine master realm. Any one of them would be invincible. They could even surpass realms and fight source powers. 5 of them had joined forces, yet they had been defeated so easily. 4 times of break G. A phrase flashed through everyone's mind. That's right. Only someone who had broken through 4 stages of extreme break would have such combat prowess. However, how difficult and rare was it to break through 4 times? Even in the great desolate continent of the previous epic, there were very few of them. In the current era, there were only 2 of the 6 great factions. And these 2 were creatures of the Forbidden Lands. However, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands weren't from this era at all. They had sealed themselves in an unknown era and had only awakened in this era. And Lu Ming was a human. Obviously, he was from this era. How could someone break through 4 stages of extreme break in this era? The hearts of the people at the scene were in a perilous state. Even the 9 demonic spiders elites, Fu Yuan, and the others couldn't remain calm. The 9 demonic spiders elites couldn't help but retreat and distance themselves from Lu Ming. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and Yen Wudao looked at each other with complicated expressions. Especially Fu Yuan, who smiled bitterly. It turned out that Lu Ming hadn't treated him as a real opponent and hadn't used much strength at all. If Lu Ming had used all his combat prowess, he might not have been able to block even one attack. How did Lu Ming cultivate? How could he be so strong? His bloodline wasn't of a high level. The humans in the Azure Divine Realm couldn't figure it out. Among them, Lu Weiyang and Pang Zhao's faces were pale. Lu Ming's combat prowess had completely exceeded their expectations. With such combat prowess, in this era where origins didn't appear, it was impossible to kill him as long as he didn't fall into an origin grade array. They were too naive to think that they could kill someone with a borrowed knife. At the same time, they were a little worried that Lu Ming would take revenge. No, the origin tribulation will be over in a few hundred years. If he dares to touch me, my grandfather will definitely not let him go. Lu Weiyang comforted himself. If Lu Weiyang thought so, Pang Zhao was even less worried. His background was much stronger than Lu Weiyang's. Hand over Senior Mullins or I'll kill this person. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the area. He formed a giant hand with his forbidden power and grabbed the extreme evil race elite. When he exerted force, the extreme evil race elite spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Damn it. The extreme evil race elite glared angrily at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. However, none of the tens of thousands of extreme evil race elites dared to step forward and attack Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had really broken through 4 times, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Ming, no matter how many of them there were. A 21-man combined attack array wouldn't pose much of a threat to Lu Ming, no matter how many of them there were. Unless Lu Ming was trapped in an origin grade array formation. However, Lu Ming wouldn't be so stupid as to enter an origin grade array formation obediently. Or perhaps they could deploy a 36-man combined attack array formation. However, the extreme evil race didn't have such a combined attack array formation. Like the primordial light race, it wasn't worth it to refine a 36-man combined attack array formation. Furthermore, if the origin grade elite hadn't sealed himself in a deep sleep, such a combined attack array formation wouldn't have been of much use. However, a dignified forbidden area had been invaded and their invincible divine master had been captured and threatened. This was a great humiliation. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming at all. Senior brother Evil Cicada is here. It's young master Evil Cicada. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the extreme evil race. Many people looked behind them. 2 figures appeared behind them, stepping through the air. One of the 2 youths was bald. He wore a black robe and exuded an extremely evil aura from head to toe. Evil Cicada. When Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others saw this bald youth, their pupils constricted, and they were filled with fear. Evil Cicada was known as the top divine master of the extreme evil race. He had broken through 3 times and was even stronger than Zhu Tian of the 9 demonic spider race. It was said that Evil Cicada wanted to break through 4 times. The extreme evil race had a total of 7 invincible divine masters who had broken through 3 times. Aside from Mo Sha, there were also the 5 who had joined forces to attack Lu Ming. The last one was Evil Cicada. It was said that this person was extremely evil and his methods were extremely vicious. Anyone who offended him would end up in a miserable state. However, When everyone's gaze turned to the youth beside evil cicada, their eyes widened. Shi Tianting. It's Shi Tianting. Why is Shi Tianting of the dark sky vine race here? Many people exclaimed. Oh no. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, Han Yu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. Chapter 50-23. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the young man immediately. Lu Ming's sharp spirit sense told him that this person was very dangerous. As for evil cicada, he ignored him. He didn't care about a person who had broken through 3 levels. The young man also looked at Lu Ming. Their gazes clashed in the void like sharp swords. Interesting. Shi Tianting smiled faintly. He looked at Lu Ming with great interest. Soon, evil cicada and Shi Tianting came to a place not far from Lu Ming. Brother Shi, I'll have to trouble you this time. Evil cicada cupped his fists at Shi Tianting. Don't worry. Since I've read your evil sword steel and promised to do something for you, I'll definitely help you this time. But after this, we'll be even, Shi Tianting said. His voice was very gentle, as if he was never in a hurry to do anything. Okay, it's a deal. Evil cicada nodded and then looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, right? If you want to save people, you can fight with Brother Shi. If you win, you can take them away. What? Shi Tianting wants to fight with Lu Ming? Many people were excited. The current 6 forces of the universe had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. The 6 forces combined had dozens of invincible divine masters. But there were only 2 people who were undefeated. 2 peerless geniuses who had broken through 4 levels. Shi Tianting was one of them. Shi Tianting was too strong. Invincible divine masters couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Usually he rarely fought. It was said that the 2 of them who had broken through 4 levels would often spar in private, but others couldn't see it at all. It was said that Shi Tianting's heart was higher than the sky. He wanted to change his fate and break through to the origin under the great tribulation of the origin. According to the ancient legends, anyone who broke through to the origin under the great tribulation of the origin would undergo a transformation and obtain a heaven-defying fortune. They would go further in the future. There was another saying that if one could break through the origin tribulation during the origin tribulation, their chances of becoming an immortal would greatly increase. As long as they did not die along the way, they were almost certain to become an immortal. However, if one wanted to break through to the origin realm under the origin tribulation, the difficulty was so great that it made one despair. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. If one moved, one's body and Tao would vanish, and one's soul would scatter. Throughout history, there had been countless talented geniuses with lofty ambitions. They wanted to break through under the great tribulation of the source and obtain a path to the great Tao of the heavens, but in the end, they all died. Fu Yuan, Shi Tianting is a 4-time extreme break. You have to think twice. Han Yu couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Han Yu. Then, he glanced at evil cicada and fixed his eyes on Shi Tianting. Okay, let's fight. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. It was only 2 words, but it was sonorous and powerful, pressing forward courageously. He had no reason to refuse this battle. Needless to say, this battle was related to Mulin's. Even if Mulin's wasn't involved, he wouldn't refuse. A 4-time extreme break. There was actually a 4-time extreme break in the Western universe. This was beyond his expectations. The 3 forbidden lands in the Eastern universe didn't have a 4-time extreme break in the Eastern universe. He had always wanted to know if his combat strength was at the 4-time extreme break. No one had been able to verify it before, but now that there was an opponent to verify it, how could he refuse? Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted between Lu Ming and Shi Tianting. The shocking aura collided in the air, creating an extremely terrifying energy. The energy swept out like a gust of wind. Retreat. The others around them frantically retreated, not daring to stay nearby. Even the invincible divine lords didn't dare to get too close for fear of being sucked in. When a 4-time extreme break attacked with all his strength, even the invincible divine lords might be injured if they got too close. Everyone retreated far away, leaving a large space between Lu Ming and Shi Tianting. I hope Shi Tianting can kill Lu Ming. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao prayed in their hearts. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong, so strong that it made their hearts tremble. Although they had backers behind them, these backers were now in a deep sleep. If Lu Ming went crazy, it would be better to be killed. Lu Ming moved his mind, and the invincible divine lord of the extreme evil race was put into the ancient desolation ring. The divine battle spear shook slightly and a forbidden energy appeared on its surface. Shi Tianting grabbed the air with his right hand and a black sword appeared in his hand. This sword had a strange shape. It was thin and long. It was only a finger wide, but it was 3 meters long. Buzz. Shi Tianting raised his right hand slightly and a terrifying energy surged into the black sword. The sword let out a terrifying sound. The energy of the two became stronger and kept clashing in the air. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time and rushed towards each other like 2 rays of light. The spear aura and the sword aura surged at the same time and clashed in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard continuously. The two of them were so fast that they had exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. Every time they clashed, there would be a small burst of sword chi and spear aura that swept in all directions. With the two of them as the center, the surrounding space was completely messed up. They're so powerful. Is this the combat strength of a 4-time extreme break? I'm afraid that's the power of their origin. It's terrifying. Many people were discussing. The combat strength of a 4-time extreme break? You're thinking too much. This is just a test. I'm sure that they haven't used their full strength yet. An invincible divine lord sneered. What? They're already so powerful, but they haven't used their full strength? Many people were shocked. But they didn't doubt it. Ordinary people naturally couldn't compare with invincible divine lords. Even those with a weak cultivation level could not see the figures of Lu Ming and Shi Tianting. They could only see the rays of light moving in the void, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes up and sometimes down, constantly exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blows had been exchanged. Suddenly, the 2 rays of light retreated at the same time, revealing the 2 figures. Shi Tianting, there's no need to hold back. Use your full strength, or else you won't be a match for me. Lu Ming said. That's what I wanted to tell you. Fight with your full strength. Shi Tianting's voice was sonorous, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. One could see that his eyes were changing. One of his eyes was as black as an abyss, while the other was as red as a sea of blood. At the same time, his left hand grabbed at the air, and another long sword appeared. The shape of this long sword was almost the same as the previous one, thin and long. However, the color of this sword was different from the previous one. The color of this sword was crimson, and it was a dazzling crimson. Kill! Shi Tianting suddenly roared, and the 2 long swords slashed at Lu Ming from 2 different directions. As they slashed, the 2 long swords underwent a huge change. The 2 long swords actually split. 1 split, 2 splits. When they neared Lu Ming, there were at least dozens of forks on the 2 long swords. The 2 long swords looked like 2 rattan vines. Chapter 50-24. The 2 swords seemed to have transformed into 2 rattan vines, one pitch black and the other blood red. The rattan vines were like tentacles that grabbed at the void. With a sudden fling, the void actually moved. The void seemed to have turned into a material object that was grabbed by the rattan vines and smashed towards Lu Ming. The void around Lu Ming completely collapsed, forming a destructive force that bombarded Lu Ming. A Genesis technique. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't a simple space attack, but a Genesis technique. Grabbing the void was just a manifestation of this technique. Lu Ming was certain that there was no mistake. This was definitely an origin technique. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered a Forbidden Land creature that could use a Genesis technique at the Divine Master stage. No wonder Shi Tianting could break through 4 times of the Extreme Breaker stage. His combat strength was already very strong, and with his Genesis technique, his combat strength far surpassed other invincible Divine Masters. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. He directly activated the battle art to increase his combat strength by 9 times. raising his combat strength to the peak. Swish! Lu Ming swept the god of combat spear out in a sweeping manner. An arc of spear light swept out in all directions. Rumble! The war god spear and Shi Tianting's attacks collided repeatedly. In the end, Shi Tianting's attacks were blocked. However, Shi Tianting's attacks were like a storm. After one move was blocked, the two Rattan swords' attacks changed again and continued to extend. Not only could they grab the void in all directions, but they could also grab any energy to attack Lu Ming. Shi Tianting stood in the distance, but his storm-like attacks completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming constantly brandished the war god spear to block the storm-like attacks. Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. Shi Tianting is really strong, as expected of one of the two invincible experts. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's still a little weaker. Many people were discussing. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao revealed looks of joy. They were looking forward to Lu Ming being unable to resist and being killed by Shi Tianting. Even if Lu Ming hadn't been killed by Shi Tianting, he would have been severely injured. If Lu Ming was seriously injured, the 9 demonic spider and the elites of the extreme evil race would not let him go. Once Lu Ming was seriously injured, there was no need for Shi Tianting to kill him. Lu Ming would also die. What do you know? Shi Tianting seems to have the upper hand, but he may not necessarily win, said an invincible divine master coldly. What? We might not win? Many people were puzzled. Didn't Shi Tianting have the complete upper hand? Shi Tianting's attacks are violent, and he seems to have the upper hand. However, Lu Ming doesn't show any signs of defeat. He is resisting and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. That's right. Although Shi Tianting's attacks are violent, they also consume a lot of energy. As time goes on, he will definitely run out of energy. On the other hand, Lu Ming might seem to be at a disadvantage, but he won't consume as much energy to block the attacks. As long as Shi Tianting's attacks slow down, Lu Ming will launch a fierce counterattack. Let's see if Shi Tianting can completely defeat Lu Ming before he runs out of energy. Several invincible divine masters commented one after another. So that's how it is. Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao began to worry again. In fact, these invincible divine masters were not wrong. The only thing that wasn't right was that Lu Ming wasn't completely powerless to fight back. If Lu Ming attacked with all his strength, he could still fight back against Shi Tianting. But there was no need. To be honest, Shi Tianting's attacks were indeed very powerful and weren't any weaker than Lu Ming's. There was no need to fight back against Shi Tianting. Firstly, Lu Ming wanted to observe his opponent's Genesis arts. Secondly, it would be easier for him to counterattack when his opponent's attacks slowed down. More than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Tianting's attacks lasted for more than 10 minutes. Even Lu Ming could not help but exclaim in amazement. The living beings of the Forbidden Grounds were truly gifted and blessed by nature. Shi Tianting's true form was the Tian vine, a kind of plant life. In terms of divine power or origin power, plant life was at the top. However, no matter how powerful it would be exhausted eventually. After more than 10 minutes of continuous attacks, Shi Tianting's attacks finally slowed down. Sky-breaking form. Lu Ming finally seized a gap in his opponent's attacks and performed the sky-breaking form. He became one with the spear and stabbed out. With a bang, Lu Ming broke through Shi Tianting's attack and the peerlessly sharp spear aura went straight for Shi Tianting's forehead. Shi Tianting's expression changed. He waved his right hand and the pitch-black vine sword, which was thousands of miles away, suddenly shrank back. Yes, it was so fast that even Lu Ming was surprised. It was much faster than Lu Ming's attack speed. In an instant, it shrank back in front of Shi Tianting. Shi Tianting flicked his wrist and the vine sword continued to spin, forming layers of sword shadows that blocked in front of him like a shield. Lu Ming's peerless spear aura stabbed on the sword shield. With a boom, Lu Ming's attack was blocked. However, Shi Tianting was not in a good condition either. He hastily set up a defense and could not completely block Lu Ming's attack. The pitch-black vine sword vibrated continuously and his body was also violently shaken as he retreated rapidly. However, in the process of retreating, Shi Tianting waved left and right and the blood-red vine sword swept towards Lu Ming. the vine sword split open and extended dozens of vines. Each vine was like a peerlessly sharp divine sword that slashed towards Lu Ming. Primeval desolation form. Lu Ming struck out with his left palm and a piece of land was formed. It rushed vertically towards the blood-red vine sword and blocked it. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to rush towards Shi Tianting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the long spear vibrated and streaks of terrifying spear aura covered Shi Tianting. Shi Tianting continued to retreat. As he retreated, he waved his black vine sword to block. His two long swords, one red and one black, one attacking and one defending, actually cooperated seamlessly. It was not easy for Lu Ming to take down his opponent in a short period of time. The two quickly exchanged blows and unleashed their full combat strength. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The two had already exchanged more than 100 blows since the beginning. Gradually, Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand. The desolate form and the sky-breaking form were executed consecutively. Shi Tianting could only retreat and block at the same time. Finally, under Lu Ming's ferocious attacks, the celestial vine revealed a flaw. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and executed the sky-breaking form with all his might. It turned into a peerless spear aura and attacked this flaw. Although Shi Tianting tried his best to block it, he could not completely block it. With a puff, a figure retreated rapidly. It was Shi Tianting. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and blood was flowing out of it. The two of them did not use their top source-grade battle armor in the battle just now. This was the tacit understanding between top experts. It was not a life-and-death battle. What was the point of using a top source-grade battle armor? It would not be much of a tempering for oneself either. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Shi Tianting calmly. "I've lost." Shi Tianting let out a long sigh with a complicated expression. The scene was in an uproar. This scene was too unexpected. Shi Tianting, who was known to be undefeated in the Divine Master realm, was actually defeated. Chapter 50-25. Before this, no one would have thought that Shi Tianting would be defeated in a battle between divine masters. Shi Tianting was known to be invincible, and it wasn't just for show. He had never been defeated in a battle of the same level. Among the 6 major forces in the Western universe, he only had one opponent, but it was a draw at most. He had never been defeated. To think that he would have lost today. To think that he would lose in the hands of a human. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. The experts of the 9-in demonic spider and the extreme evil tribe were pale. After the shock, the experts of the human race became excited. Their human race finally had an invincible expert. In the era of origin, with such an expert in charge, they really had nothing to fear. Of course, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao didn't think so. At this moment, they were roaring in their hearts, and their faces were extremely ugly. "Let's go, let's leave first," Pang Xiao whispered, and then slowly retreated with Lu Weiyang and left quietly. Lu Ming had defeated Shi Tianting, and he instinctively felt that something bad was going to happen. "I was lucky." Lu Ming looked at Shi Tianting and said. He was telling the truth. Shi Tianting's combat strength was really very strong. If it was a life-and-death battle, Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could kill Shi Tianting. This battle made Lu Ming understand once again that there was always someone better than him. Originally, after he had achieved great success in his cultivation, especially when he forced the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands to not dare to fight, especially when he fought against the Origin without being at a disadvantage. This made his confidence soar. He once thought that he should be invincible in the Divine Master realm. At this moment, he realized that the world was too big, and there were too many geniuses. He had a fortuitous encounter, and so would others. He was talented, but others were more talented. It was too difficult to be invincible forever. You won by luck. If we weren't in the Void Universe, you might not have been able to defeat me. Shi Tianting said, his eyes still bright. Lu Ming was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. Almost all the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were not creatures of the Void Universe. They came from outside the universe. In the untainted Void Universe, they would be suppressed, especially those above the origin level. For example, the celestial race. Under the origin, their talents were extremely high and their battle prowess was strong. They were stronger than the other races in the universe. However, after reaching the origin, they would be suppressed and their battle prowess would be weaker than the other races in the universe. The essence of the Heaven Destroyer and the essence of the Heavenly Human Tribe had clashed many times, and the essence of the Heaven Destroyer always had the upper hand. Shi Tianting was the same. Although he was not an origin master, he was already at the peak of the Divine Master realm. Cultivating an origin seed would also cause him to be greatly suppressed. Another reason was that Shi Tianting might not have been born in the primitive universe. Those born in this world would be less suppressed. For example, most of the descendants of the Heavenly Human clan were born in the primitive universe. They already had the mark of the primitive universe on their bodies, so they would be less suppressed. If Shi Tianting had not been suppressed, Lu Ming might not have been able to defeat him. However, the winner takes all. A loss is a loss. Everything else is just a reason. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, no matter what the situation is, I won't be defeated. Today, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. After Shi Tianting finished speaking, he looked at Evil Cicada and continued, Evil Cicada, I've already agreed to your conditions. I've done my best and I have a clear conscience. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. Goodbye. After that, Shi Tianting cupped his fists, turned around, and stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Evil Cicada's face was a little ugly. He did not expect that even with Shi Tianting's help, he still could not defeat Lu Ming. He even wasted one of Shi Tianting's conditions. What a loss. Now that Shi Tianting was gone, what else could he do? Evil Cicada, you must accept your loss. Hand her over. Lu Ming looked at Evil Cicada and said, Well, since I've lost, I will fulfill my promise. Men, bring Lu Ming's senior sister out. Evil Cicada shouted. However, no one responded. What's going on? Evil Cicada frowned and glanced at the other experts of the extreme evil tribe. Evil Cicada, I don't know where Lu Ming's senior sister is. Yeah, I didn't see his senior sister at all. I've been guarding the entrance, and I didn't see anyone bring his senior sister Mulins back to the extreme evil land. Many experts of the extreme evil tribe spoke one after another. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. In his opinion, the extreme evil tribe was just quibbling and did not want to hand her over. Don't play tricks with me. Mo Sha and the others are in my hands. If anything happens to my senior sister, they will all die. Lu Ming said, his voice extremely cold. Who the hell sent his senior sister back? Get out here. Evil Cicada roared. However, no one from the extreme evil tribe responded. Evil Cicada's face turned ugly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, if he did not hand her over, others would think that he was playing tricks and was a sore loser. Then he would lose a lot of face. Lu Ming, why don't you let Mo Sha out and ask him? He definitely knows who sent your senior sister back to the extreme evil land. I can guarantee you that I'm not playing any tricks, Evil Cicada said. He was just short of swearing. I hope you're not playing any tricks. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he grabbed the air and Mo Sha appeared in his hand. Mo Sha looked around in confusion. When he saw that he was in the extreme evil land and saw Evil Cicada and the others, he immediately shouted, Evil Cicada, hurry up. Join hands and kill this brat. Mo Sha had been locked in the ancient desolation ring and his cultivation had been sealed. He did not know what had happened outside. Mo Sha, shut up, Evil Cicada shouted. Then, Mo Sha was stunned. He was not stupid. When he saw Evil Cicada's attitude and Lu Ming's unscathed appearance, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Evil Cicada and the others could not do anything to Lu Ming? Lu Ming's strength was actually so strong? Or was it because he was worried about their safety and did not dare to attack Lu Ming? Either way, it was not friendly to him. He immediately chose to shut up. Mo Sha, who did you send to escort Lu Ming's senior sister, Mulins, back to the extreme evil land? Evil Cicada asked. Lu Sha and the others. But are they not here? Mo Sha asked. Did any of you see Lu Sha and the others return? Evil Cicada asked the others of the extreme evil tribe, But everyone shook their heads. They did not see Lu Sha and the others return. Send a message to Lu Sha and the others immediately. Evil Cicada shouted. At this moment, Lu Ming's face was very ugly. He observed carefully and found that Evil Cicada and the others did not seem to be playing tricks. They did not seem to be acting. If it was true, then the people who escorted Mullins did not return to the extreme evil land at all. Then where did they go? Could it be that something happened along the way? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Just now, someone had sent him a message through a voice transmission jade talisman. Lu Ming took out the voice transmission jade talisman without batting an eyelid. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and was immediately overjoyed. It was Mullins who had sent him a message. Chapter 5026. Mullins sent a message to Lu Ming. Mullins anxiously told Lu Ming that she was fine and that she had escaped. She also told Lu Ming not to be tricked by Mo Sha and the others. She also told Lu Ming not to be threatened by Mo Sha and the others. Senior sister actually managed to escape. Lu Ming didn't show it on his face, but he was overjoyed on the inside. Moreover, since Mullins could send a message to him, it meant that Mullins shouldn't be too far away. If she was too far away, the message wouldn't reach him. Senior sister, I'm fine. Where are you now? Lu Ming secretly replied. I'm a little injured, but it's not a big problem. You don't have to worry. I'm rushing to the Azure Divine Realm. Junior brother, where are you? I was just trying to send a message, but I didn't expect you to receive it. Aren't you in the Azure Divine Realm? Mullins replied. Mullins also knew that if Lu Ming could receive her message, he definitely wasn't in the Azure Divine Realm. He must be close to her. I'm in the land of extreme evil. Lu Ming replied. The land of extreme evil? Junior brother, why did you go to the land of extreme evil? Did the extreme evil race find you? You can't stay there for long. Hurry up and leave. Mulan transmitted her voice. She seemed very anxious. Senior sister, don't worry. I'm fine. Senior sister, how did you escape? Mo Sha sealed my cultivation and had several experts of the extreme evil race escort me to the land of extreme evil. However, when I was close to the land of extreme evil, I broke through the seal and recovered my cultivation. Then I killed my way out. Mullins replied simply. Lu Ming knew that although Mullins's explanation was simple, it must have been shocking. It wasn't that simple. Mo Sha had sealed Mullins's cultivation. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break it. Even an invincible divine master would find it difficult to break it. With his strength sealed, he couldn't even use the slightest bit of strength. How was he supposed to break the seal? For Mullins to be able to remove it, she must have suffered a lot or paid a heavy price. Senior sister, Lu Ming doesn't need to return to the Tsangqing Divine Realm for the time being. Find a secluded place to recuperate and wait for me to find you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice. Mullins had escaped, so her injuries were probably not light. She had to quickly find a place to treat her injuries so that there would not be any future troubles. Previously, she had probably rushed to the Azure Divine Realm because she was worried about Lu Ming. Junior brother, you have to be careful. I'll look for a place to treat my injuries. I'll give you the detailed address when I find it. Mullins replied. After that, Lu Ming calmly put away the voice transmission jade talisman. Although Mullins managed to escape, she couldn't just let it go. Lu Sha, it's Lu Sha and the others. Suddenly, someone from the extreme evil tribe shouted. Lu Ming looked toward the void in the distance and saw a few figures flying over at high speed. There were a total of 3 people and their auras were a little weak. They were obviously injured. Wasn't Lu Sha the person who escorted Mullins? What a coincidence that he was back now. Lu Sha, come over here. Evil Cicada shouted. Lu Sha and the other 2 quickly flew towards Evil Cicada. Evil Cicada, what's going on? Lu Sha looked around and saw so many people gathered here. He was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. They glanced at Lu Ming, but they didn't know Lu Ming and didn't know that Lu Ming was the person they were looking for. He's Lu Ming. Evil Cicada pointed at Lu Ming. What? Lu Sha was a little confused. Why would Lu Ming come to the extreme evil tribe? Then Lu Sha shouted, "Evil cicada, it's Lu Ming. He killed Moken." Wait, Lu Sha, who was shouting, suddenly saw Emo Sha in Lu Ming's hand and was stunned again. What's going on? Why was Emo Sha in Lu Ming's hand like a dead dog? What happened while they were escorting Mulan to the hospital? They had originally escorted Mulan back to the land of extreme evil in advance, but they were delayed halfway because of something. What exactly happened after such a delay? How did Emo Sha end up in Lu Ming's hand? Lu Sha, it's like this. Nearby, a young man from the extreme evil tribe who was on good terms with Lu Sha hurriedly transmitted a message to Lu Sha and briefly explained the situation. Then, Lu Sha was stunned for the third time. Lu Ming defeated Emo Sha, Zhu Tian, and the others. He even suppressed Emo Sha and Zhu Tian and killed his way to the extreme evil tribe. No one in the extreme evil tribe was a match for Lu Ming, and Lu Ming even defeated Shi Tianting. Was he dreaming? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Lu Sha, evil cicada shouted, waking Lu Sha up. Let me ask you, where's Lu Ming's senior sister, Mulan's? Evil cicada asked. Mulan's? She escaped. Lu Sha answered instinctively. She escaped? Around them, the humans, the 9 demonic spiders, the extreme evil tribe, and the dark heaven warriors all looked at each other. Mulan's escaped? Impossible, Mulan's cultivation was sealed by me. How could she escape? Emo Sha roared, finding it hard to believe. Mulan's cultivation was sealed by him, so she didn't have much combat power left. Moreover, Lu Sha himself was an expert who had broken through twice. How could Mulan's escape? Indeed, she managed to escape. Right when we were about to reach the abominable land, that Mulan actually managed to break through the seal on her own and recover her cultivation. Then she attacked me. In my haste, I was injured by her, and she managed to escape. Lu Sha said. How is it possible? How could she break through my seal? Lu Sha, don't talk nonsense. Emo Sha roared. He found it hard to believe that Mulan's could break through the seal that he had personally set. Didn't that mean that he was trash? He couldn't accept it. This is absolutely true. Lu Sha almost swore on the spot. Lu Ming knew that what evil cicada said was true, because it matched what Mulan said. Okay, I understand. Evil cicada waved his hand and then looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, your senior sister has escaped and is probably rushing back to Songqing Divine Realm. Since your senior sister is fine, let's forget about this matter. You should also release Emo Sha and the others. Lu Ming smiled. As he smiled, his eyes became colder and colder. Forget about it? You guys used despicable means to detain my senior sister, wanting to use her to threaten me. Now that my senior sister has escaped with her own abilities, don't you think it's ridiculous that you're telling me to just let this matter go? Lu Ming sneered. In the beginning, they used despicable means to capture Mulan's to threaten him. If Lu Ming's strength was lower, he would have died in the hands of the other party. Mulan's escaped with her own ability, but the other party wanted to forget about it and let Lu Ming release Emo Sha and the others. How could that be possible? Then what do you want? Evil Cicada asked. Originally, Emo Sha and the others were used to exchange for my senior sister. Now that she escaped with her own ability, you have to use other bargaining chips to exchange for them. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, don't go too far. Offending the extreme evil tribe won't do you any good. Emo Sha roared. Chapter 5027. Bam. Ah. Lu Ming tightened his grip, and Emo Sha screamed as a few more bones in his body were broken. Speak. What do you want? Evil Cicada asked. I don't want much. 2 top-tier soul-grade divine herbs and 20 ordinary ones. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? You're asking for too much. 2 top-tier soul-grade divine herbs? Don't even think about it. Many experts of the extreme evil race shouted. Top-tier soul-grade divine herbs were treasures that even Origin Realm experts would be jealous of. Lu Ming wanted 2 of them. 2 invincible divine lords, 5 or 6 first break and second break experts, and more than 20 other experts. 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs and 20 ordinary source-grade divine herbs. It's not excessive at all. If you don't want to trade, then you can only collect their corpses. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. How dare you? Someone from the extreme evil race shouted. They didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill two invincible divine lords of the extreme evil race. That would completely offend the extreme evil race, and they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. The origin tribulation would be over in a few hundred years. When that time came, all the experts of the extreme evil race would come out. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he would still die. A 4-time break might be invincible under the origin tribulation. However, once the origin tribulation was over, he would be nothing. They didn't want to hand it over. What could Lu Ming do? Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Emo Sha's hand and exerted force. Bam! The lower half of Emo Sha's body exploded. Emo Sha's cultivation had been sealed by Lu Ming. Without cultivation, he naturally couldn't control the top-tier soul-grade armor. Therefore, Emo Sha was defenseless. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Emo Sha let out a shrill cry. You! The people of the extreme evil race didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold. The killing intent emitted by Lu Ming was too dense. It didn't seem to be an act. They had a feeling that Lu Ming really dared to kill Emo Sha. Lu Ming indeed dared to kill. He had nothing to be afraid of. The creatures from the 3 forbidden lands in the Eastern Universe, as well as the heavenly human tribe, would fight to the death with him. None of these factions were weak. Once the origin tribulation was over, the experts of the 3 tribes of the forbidden area would not let him go easily. So, one more member of the extreme evil race didn't matter. Lu Ming didn't care. If you don't, they'll die. Lu Ming said coldly. Alright, let's change. The evil cicada gritted its teeth. 2 invincible divine masters and 5 or 6 experts who had broken through the first or second stage of the extreme breakthrough were worth far too much. It was nothing now, but their potential was limitless. In time, they would become top powerhouses. For someone who had broken through once or twice, reaching the peak of reciprocity was no problem at all. In fact, he was very confident that he would be able to break through the immortal tribulation transcendence realm. As for the invincible divine masters who had broken through the 3rd stage of the extreme breakthrough, even if they became deities, they still had a slight chance. In the future, they would become the backbone of the extreme evil race. It would be a pity if they died now. Although top source-level divine medicines were precious, they were foreign objects after all. They could be found again if they lost them. However, top elites weren't that easy to nurture. In the end, the people of the extreme evil race took out 2 top source-level divine medicines and 20 ordinary ones and gave them to Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming let Emo Sha and the others go. Zhu Tian, do you want them? Then, Lu Ming looked at the people of the 9-in demonic spider. Of course, name a price. An invincible divine master of the 9-in demonic spider said. Although he knew that he would lose a lot of money, he had to save Zhu Tian and the others. Easy. 2 top source-level divine medicines for Zhu Tian and the others. I'll pack them up and return them to you. Lu Ming said. What? 2 top source-level divine medicines? We only have 1 invincible divine master in your hands. Why do you want 2 top source-level divine medicines? The invincible divine master of the 9-in demonic spider roared. Just now, 2 invincible divine masters of the extreme evil race had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. 2 invincible divine masters in exchange for 2 top source-level divine medicines. They had originally thought that 1 top source-level divine medicine would be enough to exchange for Zhu Tian and the others. They hadn't expected Lu Ming to ask for 2. I heard that Zhu Tian has defeated other invincible divine masters many times. How can an ordinary invincible divine master compare to someone like him? Naturally, the price will be higher. In addition to the 9-in demonic spider, 2 top source-level divine medicines isn't too much. I don't want ordinary source-level divine medicines. The extreme evil race added 20 ordinary source-level divine medicines just now. Lu Ming said lightly. At that moment, Zhu Tian was already in Lu Ming's hands. When he heard this, he almost vomited blood. What was this? Had he really become a commodity? Moreover, he had defeated other invincible divine masters in the past and had become a bargaining chip for Lu Ming to increase the price? Was it wrong for him to be strong? Was it wrong for him to defeat other invincible divine masters? Why did he have to do this to him? At that moment, Zhu Tian wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. How humiliating! Are you going to exchange or not? If not, I'll kill them on the spot. Lu Ming's voice was filled with murderous intent. Yes, we'll exchange. An invincible divine master of the 9 demonic spider roared. They could see that Lu Ming was a madman who feared nothing. Threats were useless against Lu Ming. He would really kill Zhu Tian and the others. 2 top source level divine medicines. So be it. 2 top source level divine medicines. We don't have any top source level divine medicines on us. You'll have to wait for us for a while. An expert of the 9 demonic spider said. Sure. Lu Ming said. Most people wouldn't carry top source level divine medicines on them unless they were like Lu Ming, who had a treasure like the Chaos Ring. Top source level divine medicines wouldn't lose their efficacy if they were stored in the Chaos Ring. Instead, they could be cultivated to increase their efficacy. However, treasures like the Chaos Ring were extremely rare. This was the Chaos Universe, not a minor kiliacosm. Such treasures were extremely rare. As Lu Ming's knowledge increased over the years, Lu Ming understood how precious the Chaos Ring was. Back then, Life Spirit, the owner of the Heavenly Court, had left the Chaos Ring to him. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more confused he became. The top source level divine medicines of the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were all kept in the Forbidden Lands. The people of the Extreme Evil tribe had also captured 2 top source level divine medicines from the Extreme Evil Land. The people of the 9 demonic spider also wanted to return to the 9 demonic ruins to capture the top source level divine medicines. Lu Ming waited quietly. During this time, he sent a message to Mulins, asking her to wait for him for a while. The 9 demonic ruins wasn't too far from the Extreme Evil Land. It wouldn't take too long to travel through the wormhole. About 10 days later, the people of the 9 demonic spider returned with 2 top source level divine medicines. Lu Ming checked and was very satisfied. He put the 2 stalks of top-notch source level divine herbs into the ancient desolation ring and then released Zhu Tian and the rest. After Zhu Tian regained his freedom, he looked at Lu Ming with resentment. However, Lu Ming didn't care. Chapter 5028. Lu Ming didn't care about Zhu Tian's attitude towards him. He wasn't afraid of Zhu Tian's revenge. In fact, he wanted Zhu Tian to take revenge on him so that he could exchange him for a few top-tier source-level divine herbs. Senior Sister Mulins is fine. I obtained 4 top-tier source-level divine herbs and 20 ordinary ones, Lu Ming pondered. In this way, Lu Ming had 12 top-tier source-level divine herbs. He had 12 days in a month to refine the source spirit medicinal liquid. His cultivation speed would definitely increase by a lot. Lu Ming. Emo Sha suddenly called out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Emo Sha. This guy had just regained his freedom. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming, do you want to know how we caught your senior sister Mulins? Emo Sha asked. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He just stared at Emo Sha. He knew that since Emo Sha had said so, he would definitely say it. Of course it was someone from the human race who secretly informed us. They used a trick to kidnap a good friend of your senior sister Mulins called Du Ling. They forced Du Ling to send a message to Mulins and ask her to come out. Then we waited outside and captured Mulins. Emo Sha sneered. What? Who is it? How despicable! Damn it! The human experts of the Tsangqing divine realm were all enraged. This was equivalent to betraying their own race and the human race. They deserved to be killed. Who is it? Lu Ming asked coldly. His voice was very cold. In fact, he had already guessed who it was. However, it was best for Emo Sha to say it. Peng Shao. Emo Sha sneered. The reason he said it wasn't to help Lu Ming find the culprit, but to sow discord. If he said it, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't let it go. He would definitely cause trouble for Peng Shao. This would further intensify their hatred. Why not let the human race have internal strife? As for betraying Peng Shao, sorry, But was he close to Pang Xiao? Pang Xiao, it's actually Pang Xiao. Back then, he lost face in front of Lu Ming. It must have been for revenge. I didn't expect Pang Xiao to be so narrow-minded. Many humans were very unhappy and looked down on Pang Xiao. If this person could betray Lu Ming today, he might betray them in the future. Many people secretly decided to keep a distance from Pang Xiao in the future. Sure enough, it's Pang Xiao. I guess Lu Weiyang also contributed a lot. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. How could he not know Imo Sha's motive? But he didn't care. He wouldn't let Imo Sha and Lu Weiyang off. I wonder how senior sister Mulin's injuries are? Then, Lu Ming was worried about Mulin's injuries, so he bid farewell to Fu Yuan and the others and left. After Lu Ming left, Fu Yuan and the others also left. Then, the 9 demonic spider, the Dark Heavens warriors, and the others also left. And Lu Ming's name spread to the 6 major forces of the Western universe at an astonishing speed. Not long after, Lu Ming found Mulin's in a relatively hidden fragment of the continent. Mulin's face was still a little pale. But her aura was stable, and she was fine. But Lu Ming knew that when Mulin's escaped, her injuries must have been very serious. Because more than 10 days had passed since then. After more than 10 days of treatment, Mulin's injuries were still not healed. Obviously, her injuries were not light. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes became even colder. Senior sister, let's go. Let's return to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm first. You can heal yourself, Lu Ming said. There were some places in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm that were suitable for healing and would be helpful to Mulin's. Junior brother, you went to the Abominable Land? You fought with Zhu Tian and Imo Sha? Mulin's asked with concern. Although Lu Ming was standing in front of her, she couldn't help but worry. Yes, I did. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened. Senior sister, what's wrong? When Lu Ming finished speaking, he found that Mulin's mouth was slightly open, and she was looking at him with a shocked expression. Junior brother? You really defeated Shi Tianting? Mulin's asked softly. Yes, I won by luck. If it was a life-and-death battle, I might not be able to kill him. After all, he isn't a creature of the chaotic universe and is suppressed by the chaotic universe. If we weren't in the chaotic universe, I might not be able to defeat him, Lu Ming said. However, the shock in Mulin's eyes didn't fade away. Instead, it became more and more intense, and finally turned into deep admiration. True enough, no matter where junior brother Lu Ming goes, you are the most outstanding. Initially, I thought that I had a fortuitous encounter and had already surpassed you. It seems that I was too naive. The gap between you and me has widened again. Mulin's said. Senior sister, don't think too much. No matter what your cultivation base is, I won't let you leave. I will always protect you. Lu Ming held Mulin's hand and said. Mulin's face was slightly red, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She snorted softly. Senior sister, enter my chaotic ring. I will bring you back to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, Lu Ming said. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. After returning to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, Mulin's went to a special place to recuperate. Although more than 10 days had passed and Mulin's injuries had healed, he still couldn't be careless. Lu Weiyang, Pang Xiao, Lu Ming's eyes burst out with shocking killing intent. His figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Lu Ming's first target was Lu Weiyang. However, when he arrived at Lu Weiyang's residence, he found that Lu Weiyang wasn't there. Did he hide? Then let's go to Pang Xiao's residence. Unless you hide and never return to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Pang Xiao was very famous in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. His residence was easily found out by asking around. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at Pang Xiao's residence, outside a very large palace. The Ashen Cyan Divine Realm was vast and sparsely populated. Pang Xiao's palace was very luxurious. Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out and immediately shrouded the palace. He immediately sensed that there were many people inside. Among them, the auras of Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were inside. Boom! Lu Ming's aura erupted. Cold, killing intent surged into the palace like a tide. The people in the palace suddenly felt a strong pressure, as if dozens of stars were pressing down on them. Pang Xiao, Lu Weiyang, get out here! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His voice was very loud as he dashed into the hall. Within the palace, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were rather pale. This Lu Ming really did come. Lu Weiyang was rather panicked. The thought of Lu Ming's strength made him shiver. Let's go and meet him. I don't believe that he really dares to attack us. Brother Feng, we'll have to rely on Brother Feng. Pang Xiao clasped his fist to a youth next to him. This youth was called Zhao Feng. He was also a supreme genius and another invincible god lord of the Ashen Cyan divine realm. Chapter 5029. Zhao Feng was a helper that Pang Xiao had invited. I'll do my best, but Lu Ming was able to defeat Shi Tianting, so he might not give me face. Zhao Feng bitterly smiled. If it were anyone else, he would have stepped in and helped Pang Xiao block the attack. But Lu Ming was able to defeat Shi Tianting. There was no doubt that he had broken through 4 times, so he could only do his best. If it were an Origin Realm expert of Pang Xiao's faction who had once shown great kindness to Zhao Feng would not want to get involved in this mess. Besides Zhao Feng, there were also a few other experts that Pang Xiao had invited. Brother Feng is too modest. With so many of you here, that Lu Ming won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, he'll offend all of us, and he'll find it very difficult to move around the Azure God realm in the future. Pang Xiao said. Pang Xiao was very confident in this point. After so many years of development, the Azure God realm had naturally developed into factions of various sizes. Almost half of the factions in the Azure God realm were involved in these invitations, so they were extremely powerful. Swish, swish, swish. Pang Xiao and the others took to the air and flew out of the hall. Before he could leave the hall, he saw Lu Ming standing in the air outside the hall. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao couldn't help but feel nervous. They couldn't help but feel nervous in front of Lu Ming. He doesn't dare to touch me. He doesn't dare to touch me. Pang Xiao inwardly encouraged himself, and then he stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've come to my residence in such an aggressive manner. That doesn't seem to be against the rules, does it? Against the rules? Lu Ming gave a sinister smile and said, What rules do I need to follow to kill someone? Lu Ming's eyes brimming with killing intent made Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang shiver and involuntarily take a few steps back. Lu Ming, what's the meaning of this? Who do you want to kill? Pang Xiao shouted. Pang Xiao, are you asking the obvious? You colluded with Mo Sha and Zhu Tian to secretly capture Zhu Tian and deceived my senior sister Mulins, letting her fall into the hands of Zhu Tian and Mo Sha. You deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. Lu Ming said coldly. Slander. Mo Sha is slandering. He's trying to drive a wedge between us and cause internal strife. Lu Ming, you're a peerless genius. Can't you understand this? Pang Xiao shouted. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. He pushed all the blame onto Mo Sha and said that Mo Sha was slandering him, trying to sow discord. Even if someone suspected that he did it, he could not admit it. If he admitted it, his reputation would be completely ruined, and he could forget about staying in the Azure Divine Realm in the future. Anyway, as long as he didn't admit it, who could say that he did it? Can you provide evidence? Anyway, Du Ling had already been killed by them. Pang Xiao sneered in his heart. Lu Ming sneered as well. He already knew that Pang Xiao wouldn't admit it, but so what? He was here to kill today, not to listen to Pang Xiao's explanation. You don't have to deny it. I'm not here to listen to your excuses. I'm here to kill you. Also, Lu Weiyang is involved now. I'll send you to hell today. Lu Ming said coldly and stepped forward. The cold, killing intent made the temperature of the scene drop sharply. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang's faces turned pale. They kept retreating with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming was here to kill them. Lu Ming was really here to kill them? Why was he so bold? There were still a few hundred years before the Source Tribulation was over. Wasn't he afraid of death? However, Lu Ming's murderous intent was unmistakable. It was too cold. Did Lu Ming really want to kill them? Lu Ming, you're trying to frame me. I didn't do anything to your senior sister. By killing the innocent, you're making an enemy of the entire human race in the Azure Divine Realm. Pang Xiao bellowed. He wanted to use his momentum to suppress him. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to move forward step by step. He was firm and powerful. His murderous intent was like a tide. Instead of weakening, it was getting stronger. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang kept retreating, their faces even paler. Brother Feng, help me out. Finally, Pang Xiao looked at Zhao Feng's group. Brother Lu, this one is called Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stepped forward and stood between Lu Ming and Pang Xiao, clasping his fists. You want to interfere? Lu Ming coldly said. He had naturally heard of Zhao Feng's name. The number of invincible god lords in the Azure Divine Realm could be counted on one hand. How could he not know? He hadn't been in the Azure Divine Realm for long, but he had already heard of Zhao Feng's name. But so what? It was just an invincible god lord. Why would he care? Brother Lu, this might not have been Pang Xiao's doing. Why don't you give me some face and just let it go? Zhao Feng said. That's right, Brother Lu. How about we just let this matter go? Killing Pang Xiao won't do you any good, Brother Lu. The other young men also stepped forward and said. Scram. If you don't scram, you'll die with Pang Xiao. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. With a cold bellow, the war god's spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming. Zhao Feng and the others were enraged. They had never imagined that Lu Ming would not give them any face. Yes, Lu Ming was strong. He had broken through 4 times, and no one in the Azure Divine Realm could compare to him. But no matter how strong he was still a god lord. Once the origin tribulation was over, what would a god lord be? They all had powerful experts standing behind them. Lu Ming was not giving them any face at all. He was telling them to scram, and if they didn't scram, he would kill them as well. How arrogant! Boom! Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words, so he simply swung the war god's spear. The war god's spear rapidly expanded until it was the size of a mountain range as it hurtled toward Zhao Feng's group. Oh no! Block it! Zhao Feng and the others grimaced. They hadn't expected for Lu Ming to be so arrogant as to attack without giving them any leeway. They could only do their utmost to block. There was a boom, and the experts led by Zhao Feng were blasted back, all of them vomiting blood, their faces pale. Even Zhao Feng, who had broken through 3 times, vomited blood. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming was too strong. Was this the power of someone who had broken through 4 times? Only by personally fighting with him could they truly understand how terrifying Lu Ming was. An invincible god lord who had broken through 3 times was far too weak. I said, if you don't scram, we'll kill you all. Lu Ming coldly barked. Zhao Feng and the others all paled. They sensed that Lu Ming really would do as he said. If they continued to interfere, Lu Ming really would kill them. Pang Xiao, I've done my best. You're on your own now. Zhao Feng suddenly clasped his fist and then vanished into the distance in a streak of light. Zhao Feng. Pang Xiao roared, despair in his eyes. Farewell. The others also clasped their fists and left. No. Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang were truly panicking. When they saw Lu Ming's chilling gaze, their bodies went cold. Lu Ming, don't be impulsive. You have unparalleled talent and broken through 4 times. You have a chance of becoming an immortal in the future. You have a great future, but if you kill me, my grandfather, my father, and the others won't let you go. There's no need for you to take me down with you. It's not worth it. Pang Xiao roared. Chapter 50-30. Pang Xiao roared, threatening and begging for mercy. He was already a little submissive. He had to calm Lu Ming down first. He had already decided in his heart that as long as he could calm Lu Ming down this time, he would find a hidden place to stay for a few hundred years and wait for the origin tribulation to pass. As long as the origin tribulation was over, he would tear Lu Ming into pieces. Don't worry, when the origin tribulation is over, those people behind you will be obedient. If you want to court death, I will send them to accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly and then stabbed out with his spear. Swoosh. The sharp spear light went straight for Pang Xiao's glabella. Pang Xiao roared crazily and then tried his best to resist. A suit of armor appeared on his body, enveloping his entire body within. At the same time, he used all his strength to launch a killing move. There was no doubt that the divine weapon and armor Pang Xiao used were all top-notch. With his background and backing, it was not difficult for him to get a set of top-notch divine weapon and armor. However, his attack was completely vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the war god's spear, his attack directly collapsed. With a ding, the war god's spear accurately pierced Pang Xiao's glabella, but it was blocked by the top-notch divine armor. However, there was still a terrifying force that passed through the armor and bombarded Pang Xiao's head. Pang Xiao screamed, feeling that his head was about to explode. His head was completely deformed. Even with the top-notch divine armor, he couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. With one move, Pang Xiao was seriously injured. Go, go! At this moment, Lu Weiyang was almost scared to death and frantically fled into the distance. While Lu Ming was dealing with Pang Xiao, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had already locked onto him. With a palm strike, a continent appeared above Lu Weiyang's head and pressed down. Bang! Lu Weiyang was directly blasted down and smashed into the ground. Even with the protection of the battle armor, his body was shattered like a pile of mud. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging on by a thread. Help, help! Lu Ming is crazy. He slaughtered his own kind. That's a capital offense. Someone save me! Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao let out miserable shrieks and cries for help. In the distance, there were still people watching. Unfortunately, no one dared to save Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. One reason was that Lu Ming's combat power was too strong. No one in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was a match for Lu Ming. Even if all the invincible divine masters in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to stop Lu Ming. The second reason was that Pang Xiao and Lu Weiyang had most likely betrayed Mulin's. Although Pang Xiao tried to deny it, they weren't fools. It was such a simple matter that they could figure it out with a little deduction. Also, someone had specifically looked for Du Ling, but Du Ling seemed to have disappeared from the world. Everyone knew that Du Ling had most likely been killed. Since Pang Xiao had done such a thing, no one would bother to save him. Therefore, they pretended not to hear. Today, no one can save you. Lu Ming charged at Pang Xiao again. Ah, Lu Ming, if you kill me, you won't have a good ending. You will also die. Pang Xiao let out a shrill cry. Bang! Lu Ming directly lashed out with his spear and hit Pang Xiao's body. Pang Xiao's body crackled as his bones shattered. His body flew out horizontally. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of Pang Xiao. He swept out with his spear again. In this way, several consecutive attacks were launched. The terrifying power penetrated the battle armor and directly blasted Pang Xiao into pieces. Pang Xiao's body and soul were destroyed. Then, Lu Ming grabbed Pang Xiao's battle armor and divine weapon with one hand. Of course, he also grabbed Pang Xiao's storage bag. Then, Lu Ming looked at Lu Weiyang. Lu Weiyang was almost scared to death. His guts were all broken. Lu Ming, spare my life. I beg you to spare me. I'll do anything for you in the future. I'll be your slave. I beg you to spare me, Lu Weiyang began to beg miserably. In the distance, some people despised Lu Weiyang. He was too spineless. In order to survive, his bones were soft. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Why didn't you think about this when you dealt with me time and time again? Did you think that you could kill me before? Lu Ming sneered. He didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Weiyang's begging and directly attacked. Lu Weiyang's combat strength was even worse. His defense was worse than Pang Xiao's. He was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At this point, Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao were both killed. Lu Ming put away Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao's storage pouches and came to Tianlan Court, waiting for Mulin's to come out of seclusion. The news that Lu Ming killed Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao quickly spread throughout the Chongqing Divine Realm, causing a great uproar. Some people thought that Lu Ming shouldn't have killed Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. It was forbidden to kill people of the same race in the Chongqing Divine Realm. It was a serious crime. They said that Lu Ming was too arrogant because of his strength and should be severely punished. Of course, These people only dared to whisper behind his back. They didn't dare to stand out and shout. There were also people who thought that Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao should be killed. They actually colluded with Mo Sha and Zhu Tian to frame Mulins. They wanted to use Mulins to force Lu Ming. This kind of behavior was despicable and deserved to die. The Congqing divine realm was noisy for a while before it calmed down. In the end, no one stood up for Lu Weiyang and Pang Xiao. But everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The origin source tribulation would be over in a few hundred years. At that time, Lu Weiyang's grandfather and the person behind Pang Xiao would awaken. They definitely wouldn't let Lu Ming go. At that time, there would probably be another storm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month, Mulins finally came out of seclusion. Her injuries had healed and there were no hidden injuries left. After Mulins came out of seclusion, the two immediately set off and left the Congqing divine realm. That's right, they were going to the demon race's sacred ground. In less than a year, the restrictions of the demon race's sacred ground would weaken. Lu Ming wanted to enter the demon race's sacred ground to save Huang Ling. The demon race's sacred ground was called the Thousand Demon Mountain. According to the information that Mulins had found, in the primeval continent of the last era, the primeval demon race had several sacred grounds. The most important sacred ground of the demon race was the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace. However, there was no trace of the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace in the current ruins of the universe. Some people speculated that the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace had been destroyed in a shocking battle at the end of the primeval age, or that the demon race's unparalleled experts had taken the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace out of the primeval age. Although the Thousand Demon Mountain wasn't the most important sacred ground of the demon race, it could be ranked in the top 5. After a while, Lu Ming and the others came to a place not far from the Thousand Demon Mountain. They sat cross-legged in the void and waited quietly. The Thousand Demon Mountain didn't look big. It was suspended in the void and looked like 100,000 feet tall mountain. It was surrounded by layers of restrictions. However, Mulins said that there was another world in the Thousand Demon Mountain. Chapter 5031. From the outside, the Wanyao Mountain didn't seem to be big, but once one entered, they would discover that the Wanyao Mountain was incomparably huge. During the prehistoric era, the Wanyao Mountain was the paradise of the demon race. Countless demons lived inside, and it was like a kingdom of demons. It would be about 9 months before the restrictions of the Wanyao Mountain weakened. They cultivated while waiting. Time passed very quickly, and 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. One could clearly see that the restrictions around the Wanyao Mountain were rapidly weakening. "Senior sister, according to our agreement, wait for me outside." Lu Ming stood up and prepared to enter the Wanyao Mountain. This was something they had discussed beforehand. Lu Ming would enter the Wanyao Mountain alone. Originally, Mulins also insisted on entering the Wanyao Mountain with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming disagreed. His reason was that if the two of them entered the Wanyao Mountain together, if an accident happened and both of them were trapped, it would be troublesome. No one would be able to find help for them. Lu Ming entered alone while Mulins waited outside. Once Lu Ming was trapped, Mulins could still find help. At the very least, he could wait for the great calamity of origin to pass and go to the Heaven Destroyer to find Fei Huang and the others to save him. This was a foolproof plan. In the end, Mulins couldn't dissuade Lu Ming and agreed. However, she was still worried when things came to this. "Junior brother." Mulins wanted to say that she would enter the Wanyao Mountain with Lu Ming, but she was stopped by Lu Ming. "Senior sister, I'll leave my safety in your hands. Once I'm trapped, I hope you can call for reinforcements for junior brother." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Junior brother, be careful," Mulins said worriedly. "Senior sister, I'll see you later." Lu Ming smiled and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the Wanyao Mountain. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared on the left side of the Thousand Monster Mountain. Before this, Mulins had already told Lu Ming about the situation of the Wanyao Mountain in detail, including the information that Mulins had found after checking the ancient books. She had explained everything clearly. The left side was where Mulins and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered the Wanyao Mountain. It should be a place where the restriction was particularly weak. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Mullins and Huang Ling to enter with their cultivation. After arriving at the address, Lu Ming rushed in. Although the restriction had weakened, it was still there. Lu Ming suddenly felt a wave of pressure, but for Lu Ming, it was nothing. Back then, even Mullins and Huang Ling could enter, so how could it be difficult for Lu Ming? After breaking through layers upon layers of restrictions, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. What entered his eyes was an endless stretch of mountains, vast plains, and tall, lofty, and strangely shaped buildings. There was indeed another universe within the Thousand Monster Mountain. Only by entering it would one know how vast and boundless it was. However, it was dead silent inside. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. Even the desolate chi was extremely thin. Although there were dense plants growing, there were no divine medicines. Although the desolate chi here could grow plants, it could not nurture divine medicines. The Thousand Monster Mountain looked too desolate. Now that the universe has recovered, why is the Thousand Monster Mountain still so dead silent? Could it be because of that layer of restriction? Lu Ming thought to himself. Then he decided on a direction and flew forward. Mullins told him that they had an accident in a huge palace. Moreover, there were demon spirits in the Thousand Monster Mountain. The so-called demon spirits were actually formed by the indestructible will of the demon clan that had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. They did not have intelligence and would chase after living creatures when they saw them. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling had fled to that palace because they were chased by the demon spirits. In that huge palace, they had mistakenly entered an illusion array and the two of them were completely separated. Mullins had been trapped in that palace for many years. After going through a lot of hardships, she finally walked out of the illusion array, but there was no trace of Huang Ling. She guessed that Huang Ling should still be in that illusion array. Fortunately, that illusion array was not dangerous. It only made people fall into layers of illusions, and it even made people feel like they had fallen into reincarnation and experienced different lives. She guessed that Huang Ling had fallen into the illusion and was unable to extricate herself, which was why she had not escaped for a long time. Lu Ming only needed to enter the illusion array and bring Huang Ling out. Mullins had already told Lu Ming the route they had taken back then in detail. After Lu Ming entered the Thousand Monster Mountain, he went straight to the huge palace. As for the other surrounding buildings, Lu Ming did not check because Mullins and the others had already checked and found nothing. Even if there was something, Lu Ming was not in the mood to check. He had to find that palace as soon as possible and find Huang Ling roar. Suddenly, roars sounded from the surrounding mountains and rivers. Then, a few black figures appeared out of thin air and pounced towards Lu Ming. Demon spirits. These demon spirits looked like a few fierce tigers, but their hair was longer and their teeth were longer, like sharp swords. However, their bodies were not corporeal, but illusory, like souls. These were all formed by the indestructible will of the demon clan that had died in battle. Demon spirits, demon souls, indestructible fighting spirit. In many ancient battlefields, when many experts had died in battle, similar strange things would be formed. Therefore, any ancient battlefields where many experts had died in battle would be very dangerous. Lu Ming had experienced such a place more than once. Forbidden power circulated, condensing into a long spear and sweeping out. Bam, bam, bam. Several demon spirits directly exploded and completely dissipated. The demon spirits here were not very powerful. At least, compared to Lu Ming, they were not very powerful. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling could withstand it. For the current Lu Ming, it was really nothing. Lu Ming did not reduce his speed and rushed forward quickly without any fear. Not to mention whether there were demon spirits with combat strength above the origin in the Thousand Monster Mountain, even if there were, they would not appear under the origin tribulation. Therefore, Lu Ming did not have any scruples at all and charged forward. He turned into a spear light and flew through the air. Wherever he passed, the demon spirits in front of him all exploded. 2 hours later, Lu Ming saw a huge palace. It was the peak where Huang Ling was trapped. Back then, Mullins and Huang Ling took half a month to escape here. Lu Ming only took 2 hours. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness completely enveloped the palace. Soon, Lu Ming found the location of the illusory formation. Swoosh! Lu Ming dashed into the hall. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the hall and arrived at the back of the hall in no time. Lu Ming looked at the bamboo forest behind him and pondered. This bamboo forest was an illusory formation. Once one entered the bamboo forest, they would fall into the illusory formation. Qiu, once I fall into the illusory formation, you have to remind me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiu. Qiu had always been wearing Lu Ming's wrist in the form of a bracelet. Qiu was heartless. Ordinary illusory formations did not have much effect on him. Chapter 5032. Qiu was more simple-minded. To put it bluntly, it was heartless. The illusory realm did not have much effect on it. Lu Ming himself was not confident that he could withstand the illusory realm's attack. If he couldn't, Qiu could remind him or even attack him to get him out of the illusory realm. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but miss Dandan. If Dandan was here, he wouldn't have to worry about this illusory realm. Sure enough, Dandan was reliable sometimes. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Then, Lu Ming no longer hesitated and stepped into the bamboo forest. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed drastically. Lu Ming found himself on a mountain peak. In the distance, the sun was setting in the west, dyeing the sky red. Brother Ming, come, Hao, salutes you. Suddenly, a clear voice came from beside him. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. There were ripples in his heart. He was very familiar with this voice. Even if countless years had passed, he might not forget it. Lu Yao. This was actually Lu Yao's voice. This is Emerald Cloud Peak outside Firestorm City. Lu Ming whispered with a complicated expression. Back then, it was here that Lu Yao began to fall out with him and dug out his bloodline. It was also from this day onwards that his fate had completely changed. The illusory realm had actually pulled him here. Illusory realms were usually based on the hidden things in the depths of the person's heart. Could it be that he still hadn't completely let go of that matter and Lu Yao? No, I've let go. Lu Yao has completely become the past. After so many years, Lu Yao should have died of old age and turned into bones, Lu Ming whispered in his heart. Then, he turned his head and saw a delicate and beautiful face. If it wasn't Lu Yao, who else could it be? Lu Yao held a wine glass, her big eyes blinking. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she looked at Lu Ming. There must be poison in the wine, Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Yao's hand froze in midair. Her beautiful eyes were filled with bewilderment as she stared at Lu Ming. Brother Ming, what did you say? Are you joking with Yao? Joking? The reason you treat me to a cup of blood snake orchid wine every day is nothing more than to nourish your bloodline. Your goal is to seize my bloodline. As long as I drink this cup of wine, I will be at your mercy, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Brother Ming, Lu Yao's body began to tremble. Her large eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Her eyes were filled with doubt, disappointment, pain, and disbelief. Brother Ming, Yao has always been true to you. Yao really didn't expect Brother Ming to treat Yao like this. What did Yao do wrong? Why is Yao so unbearable in Brother Ming's heart? Lu Yao finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer. But Lu Ming was unmoved. He sneered and said, still acting at this time? All right, since Brother Ming doesn't believe me, then I'll drink this cup of wine to prove my innocence. Lu Yao wiped her tears, picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yao to drink this cup of wine by herself. Then, he carefully observed Lu Yao and realized that she was completely fine. She didn't seem to be poisoned. What's going on? Lu Ming grabbed the wine cup, dipped his hand into the remaining wine, and put it into his mouth to taste. It was indeed blood snake orchid wine, but it wasn't poisonous. How can this be? Why isn't it poisonous? Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Ming, are you hiding something from Yao? Have you been bewitched by someone else? The person who bewitched you is really hateful. Lu Yao gritted her teeth with a hateful expression. There was no sign of her acting at all. Lu Ming didn't pay attention to Lu Yao. His brows were tightly knitted. What's going on? It doesn't match what happened back then. Did the illusory array deliberately change it? But illusory arrays are usually reflected in the depths of the person's heart. It's a weakness that they don't want to face. Most living beings had a weak side in the depths of their hearts. It was just that most of the time, it was deliberately hidden. And illusory arrays magnified this weakness to break the defense of the person's heart and make them fall deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Why would the first illusion he saw after entering the illusory array be Emerald Cloud Peak and Lu Yao? Moreover, Liao didn't poison him. Could it be that Lu Ming still missed the past deep in his heart? He missed the relationship between him and Lu Yao when he was young. He even missed Lu Yao and hoped that Lu Yao didn't want to harm him back then and didn't want to seize his bloodline? No, I've already let go of the past. It must be the doing of the illusory array. Lu Ming kept telling himself. Brother Ming. Lu Yao kept calling out to him. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao. To be honest, this illusory array was very powerful. Everything didn't look like an illusion. It was completely real. Lu Yao's small hand grabbed his palm. It was warm, soft and real. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of trance, as if he had really returned to his youth. The scenes of the years he spent with Lu Yao also appeared in front of his eyes. I thought I had completely forgotten, but I didn't expect that I still remember it so clearly. Did I really not let it go? No, it's just a kind of nostalgia. Lu Yao has already turned into a skeleton, right? Lu Ming whispered in his heart. Back then, when the primordial realm of the heaven realm was facing a great calamity, he had transferred most of the living beings in the minor kiliacosm to the primitive universe. However, Lu Yao was not among them. Needless to say, with Lu Yao's cultivation base, she wouldn't have been able to live for so long. Everything is illusory. Dissipate. Lu Ming suddenly yelled. His voice was like thunder in spring, causing heaven and earth to rumble and tremble. Then, cracks appeared on the ground and the void, constantly collapsing. Lu Yao's figure also kept becoming illusory. Brother Ming, what's going on? What's wrong with Yao? Brother Ming, I'm scared. Save Yao? Lu Yao looked at her body that was constantly fading and panicked. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with fear. She reached out to grab Lu Ming, but her body was illusory. She grabbed nothing and passed through Lu Ming's palm. Brother Ming, Yao is scared. Don't you want Yao anymore? Are you going to abandon Yao again? Lu Yao's hands kept grabbing Lu Ming. Her eyes were full of fear and longing, hoping that Lu Ming would save her. What's going on? Lu Ming found it difficult to calm down, and waves rose in his heart. This isn't right. This illusion had clearly been broken by Lu Ming. According to common sense, Lu Yao wouldn't do anything and would only dissipate with the illusion. But now, something was wrong. Everything was too real. Lu Yao seemed to be a real existence. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. This was beyond his understanding. Lu Ming didn't know that the pool of blood on the yellow mud road was constantly shining. Chapter 5033. Brother Ming, Lu Ming, I hate you. In the end, Lu Yao let out a cry and her body completely dissipated. Before she dissipated, Lu Ming clearly saw that Lu Yao's eyes were filled with resentment. She seemed to be resentful that Lu Ming didn't save her. What's going on? What's going on? Is it because I still can't let go of Lu Yao in the depths of my heart, or is it because of this illusory formation? Lu Ming frowned and couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the previous scene had already disappeared and changed into another one. This scene was naturally reflected in Lu Ming's heart and also attacked Lu Ming's weakness. Originally, with Lu Ming's tenacious mind, he could completely guard against it and not fall into the illusory formation. However, the resentful gaze of Lu Yao when she was about to disappear would appear in his mind from time to time. That gaze was too real. Therefore, a flaw appeared in Lu Ming's mental defense line. After the flaw appeared in his mental defense line, he unknowingly fell into the illusory formation. Suddenly, a piercing pain came from Lu Ming's wrist. The bones in his wrist were about to break. The surrounding illusory formation collapsed all of a sudden and Lu Ming broke free from the illusory formation. It was Qiu who saved me. That was close. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and secretly thanked his lucky stars. Fortunately, he brought Qiu with him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I can't be careless from now on. Lu Ming shook his head and shook off the image of Lu Yao in his mind. His mind became clear again. Soon, Lu Ming fell into a new illusory formation. However, this time, Lu Ming was prepared and didn't fall into the illusory formation. Soon, he broke free from the illusory formation. Just like that, Lu Ming experienced 9 layers of illusory formations. When the 9th layer of illusory formation disappeared, the bamboo forest in front of Lu Ming reappeared. He passed. Lu Ming understood that he had passed through the illusory formation. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze shifted. Up ahead, Lu Ming saw a pitch-black vortex. Teleportation portal. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a portal. Could it be that Huang Ling has already passed through the illusory array and entered this portal? Lu Ming pondered. However, he wasn't sure. What if Huang Ling was still in the illusory array? What if she was still in the bamboo forest? Previously, he had been trapped in an illusion and did not have the chance to find the phoenix spirit. Lu Ming, do you want to enter this bamboo forest to search? I shouldn't have fallen into an illusion, Qiu said to Lu Ming. All right, then be careful. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way. What if Huang Ling was still in the bamboo forest? Qiu didn't say anything else and flew straight into the bamboo forest. Lu Ming did not have to wait too long. Half a day later, Qiu returned. Lu Ming was relieved. It was good that Qiu was fine. Then he looked at Qiu expectantly. Lu Ming, I've already looked around and didn't find any trace of Huang Ling. In fact, there's no living creature in this bamboo forest. Qiu said. No, could it be that Huang Ling really passed through the illusory array and entered this portal? Lu Ming pondered. Since she wasn't in the bamboo forest and didn't leave, she could only enter this portal. However, where did this portal lead to? Could it be that there were still secrets in Wanyao Mountain? Lu Ming finally decided to enter the portal. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason to retreat. If he retreated now, wouldn't he be abandoning Huang Ling? Impossible. With a thought, the top source-grade armor appeared and covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming also grabbed the battle god spear in his hand. He circulated his forbidden power and prepared to deal with the danger. Then, he took a step forward and entered the portal. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Lu Ming found that he was standing on a mountain peak. The mountain peak was extremely high. Looking into the distance, he could see very far. What entered his eyes were all lush mountain peaks. The plants were lush and full of vitality. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that the desolate qi was extremely rich. It was even richer than the current desolate universe. At the same time, Lu Ming found that there was a rock in the sky. Yes, the sky here was not the sky, but a solid rock. On the rock, there were special stones inlaid, emitting a bright light, like small suns. Is this place inside the Wanyao Mountain? Is the interior of the Wanyao Mountain a world of its own? Lu Ming made such a guess. Because from the rocks in the sky, this place was very similar to the interior of the Wanyao Mountain. Or, the structure of the Wanyao Mountain was special and could absorb the desolate qi outside the Wanyao Mountain and store it inside the Wanyao Mountain. This could explain why the surface of the Wanyao Mountain was still dead silent even though the universe had recovered. Roar! Suddenly, a few loud roars interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. In the forest, a few giant beasts rushed to the sky and rushed towards Lu Ming. Monsters! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were a total of 3 giant beasts. 2 were like giant wolves and 1 was like a gorilla. The 2 giant wolves were 10 meters tall and 20 meters long. As for the gorilla, it was over 20 meters tall. The 3 giant beasts were extremely fast and their auras were shocking, causing a gust of wind. Swish! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed. A huge palm was formed and grabbed at the 3 behemoths, shrouding them within. Boom! The palm collided with the 3 giant beasts. Lu Ming felt his palm shake slightly. What a strong power! This is definitely the monsters of the desolate universe, much stronger than the monsters of the small thousand worlds. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. These giant beasts were all first-level divine masters, but their strength was shocking and their blood was boiling. Moreover, they could launch terrifying attacks, which should be demonic arts. The desolate universe monsters were born with all kinds of powerful demonic arts that were passed down from generation to generation. The monsters of the small thousand worlds couldn't compare to them and were much stronger than the major races in the universe. Lu Ming was even more certain that this was the interior of the Wanyao Mountain. There were still desolate universe monsters inside the Wanyao Mountain. Lu Ming used a little force and pressed the 3 desolate universe monsters to the ground. Then, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. At the same time, he spread out his spirit consciousness and began to search for the phoenix spirit. Roars were heard along the way. They were all desolate universe monsters with different cultivation levels. The weak ones were below the immortal state level and the strong ones were divine masters. However, these monsters couldn't stop Lu Ming. None of them could keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Lu Ming didn't want to waste time with these monsters. He flew while looking for the phoenix spirit. There were many divine herbs in this land, so Lu Ming didn't want to bother with them. Now, Lu Ming wasn't interested in anything that wasn't source-level divine herbs. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had flown a long distance. Unfortunately, he didn't find any trace of Lu Ming. The interior of the Wanyao Mountain is huge. Searching like this is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Why don't I let these monsters help me find? Lu Ming thought. Chapter 5034. The demons inside the Wanyao Mountain were natives here. If they helped to find Huang Ling, the efficiency would definitely be higher than Lu Ming's alone. Of course, how could these demons help? So Lu Ming could only take action. Bang! Lu Ming slapped out and pressed a green eagle to the ground. Human, how did you break in? The green eagle roared, its voice full of confusion. You don't have to know how I got in. Now, I want you to help me find someone. Lu Ming said. You want me, a noble demon, to help you, a lowly human? No way. The large green condor shouted loudly. It raised its large head and was extremely arrogant. Lu Ming curled his lips. Indeed, it was said that during the primeval continent, the demons of the primeval continent looked down on the human race. Even though the human race later dominated the primeval continent and was stronger than the demons, many demons still looked down on the human race and thought that they were the noblest. They thought that the human race only developed by taking advantage of the war between the demons and the Wu people. The green eagle in front of him was obviously like that. Bang! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with it. He stepped on the head of the green eagle and waved his hand. A forbidden force flew into the green eagle's forehead. Despicable human, what did you do to me? The green eagle roared. I placed a strand of power in your sea of wisdom. With just a thought, I can sever your soul. You'd better behave yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. You. The green eagle's eyes changed, but it lowered its arrogant head in the end. It had no choice. Its life was more important. If you want me to find someone, you should at least give me a portrait. The green eagle said. Have you seen this woman before? Lu Ming waved his hand and Huang Ling's portrait appeared. No, but I can help you find her. The green eagle said. If you had news earlier, I would have helped you extract that power earlier. If it was delayed too long, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to control that power. Lu Ming said meaningfully. The cyan eagle's face turned ugly. It wished it could beat up Lu Ming. But in the end, it succumbed to Lu Ming's power. It obediently lowered its head, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the sky. Then, Lu Ming did the same and controlled the other primordial world demons to help him find the phoenix spirit. In 3 days, at least a few hundred primordial desolate Aeon demons were controlled by Lu Ming to spread out and help him search for the phoenix spirit. Which human brat dares to control my Yao clansman? He's courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distant sky. It was like thunder, causing the sky to explode. Several berserk auras swept over. 5 or 6 demons flew towards Lu Ming. Of the 2 demons flying at the front, one was a flying snake with a pair of wings. It was extremely huge. The other demon looked like a fierce tiger, but its body was snow-white like a white tiger. Perhaps it had the bloodline of the white tiger. The white tiger was also a powerful race among the primordial world demons. Peak Divine Master. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These two monsters were both at the peak of the Divine Master realm. As for the four demons at the back, Lu Ming actually knew them. That was because these four demons were controlled by Lu Ming to search for the Phoenix Spirit. It seemed that these four demons were unwilling to be controlled and had found helpers. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ming was not angry. Instead, he was happy. Controlling the stronger demons was more effective than controlling the weaker ones. The powerful demons could command the other demons. Wouldn't it be faster to search for the Phoenix Spirit? Lu Ming wanted to find powerful demons, but he didn't find any. Now, the other party had come to him. The flying snake and white tiger demons were extremely fast. In an instant, they were not far away from Lu Ming. Their berserk auras rushed towards Lu Ming like raging waves. However, to Lu Ming, it was like a gentle breeze. It didn't affect him at all. "Human, how did you get in?" The white tiger stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. "Help me find the person I'm looking for first, and I'll tell you." Lu Ming said, "You don't have the right to negotiate with us. Boy, tell us obediently and extract the power in their sea of consciousness. Then we can let you go." The flying snake shouted coldly. Its voice was sharp and piercing. "Let me go? Haha, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that." Lu Ming sneered. "No need to talk nonsense with him. Just take him down and he'll obediently submit." That white tiger snorted coldly and pounced forward. Its huge body was like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Lu Ming. Its huge, sharp claws scratched toward Lu Ming, bringing about a violent force. First break. As soon as the white tiger attacked, Lu Ming could sense that its combat strength was at the first break, which was equivalent to the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Of course, this was just a preliminary judgment. If the other party was still holding back, it would be difficult to judge. Combat strength could only be judged when it was completely displayed. On the surface, Lu Ming was no different from an ordinary peak divine master. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the white tiger's claws. Boom! Crack! After a violent explosion, there was the sound of bones breaking. One of the white tiger's claws was deformed and twisted. Its huge body was pushed back. The white tiger looked at Lu Ming in shock. It had used almost 80% of its strength in that attack. Lu Ming was also a peak divine master, so it didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. But it didn't expect that he would be injured as soon as they exchanged blows. However, its claws wriggled quickly and were covered by a layer of white light, quickly recovering. What a strong recovery ability! The primordial chaos demon race's bloodline talent isn't just for show. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Among the three strongest races of the primordial chaos, the demon race and the Wu people were much stronger than the human race. The demon race had a bloodline inheritance. When a demon was born, their blood would inherit all kinds of techniques from their ancestors. When they grew up, they could almost learn them without a teacher. The Wu people were born with strong bodies and could destroy the world. The human race's innate talent was much weaker than the demon race and the Wu people. However, the human race could cultivate and improve their talent and potential, especially after the Holy Ground Sacred Scroll appeared. This person is very strong. Let's work together to deal with him. That flying snake snorted coldly. It flapped its wings and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the white tiger roared and dashed toward Lu Ming, unleashing all of its combat power. The two demons worked together and used their killing moves. Their coordination was flawless. Looks like they've used all their strength. It's still the extreme break, Lu Ming thought. Then he grabbed at the air and formed a long spear with his forbidden power. He swung it twice. The two spear auras pressed down on the two demons. Boom! Boom! The spear auras shattered the attacks and hit the two demons. Chapter 50-35. The two demons were hit by the spear radiance and smashed to the ground. Many of their bones were broken and they were severely injured. Of course, Lu Ming showed mercy and did not kill them because there was no need to. Firstly, the primordial demons were also living beings of the primordial universe. They came from the same origin as him and had no enmity with him. Why should he bear a grudge? Secondly, if he kept them alive, they could help him find Huang Ling. It was the best of both worlds. How could this be? The other 4 demon race beings could only watch with their jaws agape. To think that the 2 strong helpers that they had brought along would be defeated just like that. Effortlessly. This was a complete one-sided slaughter. Then their bodies turned cold. It's over. It's over. We're dead meat. Lu Ming would not let them go. They froze on the spot, not daring to escape or speak. Lu Ming landed beside the white tiger and the flying snake and sent 2 streams of forbidden power into their spiritual consciousness. The white tiger and the flying snake were dejected. They understood that their life and death were already in Lu Ming's hands. Then, Lu Ming showed the white tiger and the flying snake the portrait of Huang Ling. Have you seen her before? Isn't this Huang Ling? The white tiger exclaimed in surprise. You've seen her before? Lu Ming was shocked and could not help but blurt out. He did not mention the name Huang Ling at all, nor did he mention the demons that were controlled by him previously. However, the white tiger said Huang Ling's name immediately. There was only one explanation. The white tiger had seen Huang Ling before and even knew her. Of course I've seen her before, but it was a long time ago, probably 10,000 years ago. The white tiger said. You saw Huang Ling 10,000 years ago. How is she now? Where is she? Lu Ming asked a few questions. I already said that I saw her 10,000 years ago. How would I know how she is now? However, I know where she is. The white tiger said. Where is she? On the myriad demon path. The white tiger said. Myriad demon path? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Myriad Demon Road is a forbidden area of the Myriad Demon Mountain. There are all kinds of legends about it. According to the legends, there are heaven-defying fortunes inside. According to the legends, one can leave the Myriad Demon Mountain after passing through the Myriad Demon Road, opening the passage between the Myriad Demon Mountain and the universe. The white tiger explained. Leave the Thousand Monster Mountain? Could it be that you can't leave the Wanyao Mountain? Lu Ming was greatly surprised. Of course not. Otherwise, why would I ask you where you came from? White Tiger said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was indeed the case. Not only had the White Tiger asked this question, the other monster races had also asked the same question. Why? Lu Ming continued to ask. He had no choice but to ask. This was a matter of great importance. If the Yao clan and the others couldn't leave, didn't that mean he couldn't leave as well? In the last era, a shocking war broke out in the primeval continent. The primeval continent was destroyed. At the last moment, the experts of the Myriad Demon Mountain sealed the Myriad Demon Mountain with supreme immortal force and powerful treasures. The interior of the Myriad Demon Mountain was completely isolated from the outside world. The passage was closed and we monsters couldn't go out. Until more than 10,000 years ago, Huang Ling suddenly appeared. She came from the outside, which gave us hope. We thought we could go out through the passage she came in, but unfortunately, the White Tiger explained and sighed in the end. Can you tell me how you came in? The flying snake asked with a hopeful look in its eyes. Lu Ming immediately told him about the passageway that he had entered. I didn't expect you and Huang Ling to come in through the same passage. We've already checked it and it's useless. You can only go in but not out. The White Tiger sighed and its face was full of disappointment. Lu Ming's face also turned a little pale. Can't go out? Do I have to stay here for the rest of my life? This was unacceptable to Lu Ming. Let's take it one step at a time. At least I know about Huang Ling, Lu Ming comforted himself. Where is the Myriad Demon Path? Take me there. Lu Ming said. Okay, we'll take you there, but you can't go out of the Myriad Demon Path. If you want to go in, be prepared to be trapped there forever. The White Tiger reminded. It's okay, hurry up and heal your injuries. I'll wait for you, Lu Ming said. The other 4 monsters heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lu Ming didn't plan to deal with them. The talent of the monster race was indeed powerful. In less than an hour, the White Tiger and the Flying Snake's injuries were mostly healed. Come with us, the White Tiger said and flew into the sky with the Flying Snake. Lu Ming followed closely behind. With the white tiger and the flying snake leading the way, naturally, no demons stopped Lu Ming. His journey was smooth and unhindered. Half a day later, Lu Ming saw two mountain peaks. These two mountains were so majestic that they were like two sharp swords inserted into the ground. The two mountains were very close to each other, forming a canyon. At this moment, a cry came from one of the mountains. Following that, a fiery red figure flew rapidly towards them from the mountain. The phoenix. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This red light was clearly a fiery red phoenix that was shrouded in crimson flames. It was a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Ming and stopped not far away. Big sister. Greetings, big sister. The flying snake and the white tiger hurriedly flew over and bowed to the fire phoenix. Big sister? Lu Ming was a little speechless. It seems that this fire phoenix is female. Lu Ming looked at the fire phoenix carefully. To be honest, this fire phoenix looked very similar to the phoenixes in the small kiliacosm. However, its temperament was a little different. This fire phoenix gave off a powerful pressure. Its body was like a furnace that contained a terrifying aura. The bloodline level was completely different. This was the true primordial demon race. The demon races in the small kiliacosm or the universe were all evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon race experts who died in battle in the previous era. They only had the appearance, but they were mixed blood. Their appearance was similar, but their essence was completely different. They were not of the same level. The fire phoenix did not look at the white tiger and the flying snake. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. How did a human get in? The fire phoenix spoke. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. In fact, Lu Ming could see through the life origin aura that this fire phoenix was not old. It was considered very young among the demon race. Big sister, we asked. He came in from the same passage as Huang Ling, the white tiger said. He came in from the same passage as Huang Ling? The fire phoenix looked disappointed, but she quickly recovered and said, Why did you bring him here? Big sister, he came to find Huang Ling. He said that he also wants to enter the 10,000 demons path. The white tiger replied. He also wants to enter the 10,000 demons path? The fire phoenix suddenly raised her voice and continued to look at Lu Ming. Boy, you want to enter the 10,000 demons path? That's right. Please make an exception. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Chapter 5036. The fire phoenix pondered and said, Kid, do you know the specific situation of the 1,000 demons path? I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Okay, then I'll tell you. The 1,000 demons path is the sacred path of the 1,000 demons mountain. There are many checkpoints inside, and each checkpoint has a unique skill of the demons. If you can comprehend it, it will be a great opportunity. However, if you can't comprehend it, you will be trapped in the 1,000 demons path forever. The fire phoenix explained. You mean to say that you can either comprehend the entire 1,000 demons path, or you will be trapped inside forever if you can't even retreat? Lu Ming asked. No, that's why the phoenix spirit has been in there for 10,000 years without any movement. According to the ancient records, there was once a talented person who entered and never came out until he died of old age. However, there is another legend. According to legend, if a creature can comprehend the 1,000 demons path, the seal of the 1,000 demons mountain will be opened, and the inside of the 1,000 demons mountain will be connected to the outside world. Therefore, if you want to enter the 1,000 demons mountain, I won't stop you, but I want to test you first. The fire phoenix said. Test me? Lu Ming asked. Of course, to test your strength and see if you are qualified to enter the 1,000 demons path. If you are not strong enough, entering the 1,000 demons path will only be courting death. The fire phoenix said. As her voice fell, the fire phoenix's aura skyrocketed. Flames soared into the sky and covered half of the void. The temperature between heaven and earth also rose sharply. The white tiger and flying snake quickly retreated and stayed far away. Come on. Lu Ming grabbed the air and the battle god's spear appeared in his hand. His eyes were bright and his battle intent was strong. He also wanted to know the strength of the primordial phoenix. There were thousands of races in the primordial demon race, but there were only two strongest races, the dragon race and the phoenix race. The strongest sacred ground of the demon race was called the Dragon Phoenix Immortal Palace. The dragon race and the Phoenix Immortal Palace ruled over thousands of demons. The Phoenix's talent and battle strength must be extremely shocking. Firmament had once told Lu Ming that most of the mystical dragon clan in the universe were of mixed blood. Only the nine-clawed dragon bloodline was closest to the primordial dragon clan. In fact, the nine-clawed dragon was only an ordinary dragon in the previous era. At that time, Lu Ming was very shocked. One had to know that the nine-clawed dragon was the highest level of the dragon race. Their talents were extremely strong, and among the 10,000 races in the universe, they would be considered top-notch talents. Of course, an ordinary nine-clawed dragon, after cultivating to the peak of the Divine Lord level, would at most have the strength of a top-tier Lord of Heaven. It would be far from the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. In other words, it would only be able to break through once. But it was still shocking enough. This was because during the Desolate Continent era, they were only equivalent to ordinary dragons. One could imagine that during the Desolate Continent era, there must have been dragons with even greater talent. How bad could a phoenix that was as famous as the dragon race be? Lu Ming also wanted to know how strong the peak races of the great Desolate Aeon Fiend race were. Be careful, the fire phoenix warned. It flapped its wings and turned into a ray of red light, shooting towards Lu Ming. A terrifying heat wave came and the air started to crack. Then, the fire phoenix opened its mouth and a fire pillar shot towards Lu Ming. The temperature was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming felt a burning sensation on his skin. Buzz. Lu Ming held the divine battle spear and slashed it down like an axe. A huge spear aura pressed forward. Rumble. The heat wave was broken and collided with the fire pillar shot out by the fire phoenix. The two were in a stalemate for a while. Then, the fire pillar exploded. Not bad. Come again. The fire phoenix shouted and flapped its wings. 7 feathers flew out from its body. The 7 feathers contained a terrifying energy like 7 divine swords. Swish. Swish. The 7 feathers shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and blocked all the 7 feathers. Is that all you've got? The primordial phoenix clan is just SOSO. Lu Ming chuckled. His tone was full of contempt. Lu Ming wanted to provoke the other party to use its full strength. He knew that the fire phoenix had not used its full strength yet. Sure enough, the proud fire phoenix was enraged and roared, "How dare you look down on me? I will burn you to ashes." The color of the flames on the fire phoenix's body started to change. It turned from red to purple. With a long cry, the purple flames surged and formed a new phoenix. This phoenix was completely formed by flames. However, it was vivid and lifelike as if it was real. Flapping its wings, the phoenix condensed from purple flames pounced on Lu Ming. The fire phoenix's body also pounced towards Lu Ming. The two phoenixes formed a pincer attack. A joint attack technique. Before the other party's attack arrived, Lu Ming could feel the terrifying power of the fire phoenix's attack. A fire phoenix was actually able to perform a joint attack. It was truly miraculous. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming focused on dealing with it. His spear light flashed and fought with the fire phoenix. In an instant, the two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves. There was no doubt that the combat strength of this fire phoenix was astonishingly strong. It was definitely at the 3rd level of extreme break. Moreover, after performing such a joint attack, its combat strength was definitely at the top of the 3rd level of extreme break. Lu Ming judged that it should be stronger than Zhu Tian of the 9 demonic spider clan. Lu Ming had never fought with the evil cicada of the extreme evil clan. However, according to the legends, the evil cicada's combat strength was above Zhu Tian's. It was one of the few people who was closest to the 4th level of extreme break. Lu Ming estimated that this fire phoenix was probably not weaker than the evil cicada. Of course, without the 4th level of extreme break, it was not Lu Ming's opponent. Lu Ming was as still as a mountain. He kept waving his war god spear and sent the fire phoenix flying. The two phoenixes, one real and one illusory, constantly surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him together. The two were originally one, so the joint attack was naturally flawless. There was no flaw, and it could exert its power to the extreme. Unfortunately, it couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. After dozens of continuous attacks, the two phoenixes suddenly retreated. The phoenix condensed from purple flames rushed back to its body and disappeared. "No more fighting, no more fighting," the fire phoenix screamed and began to restrain its aura. "Done trying? Am I qualified to enter the 10,000 demons path?" Lu Ming said. "You're a freak." The fire phoenix said. "Lu Ming, you are indeed qualified to enter the 10,000 demons path, but don't be too proud. You should have broken through the 4th level of extreme break. Being able to break through the 4th level of extreme break proves your talent. However, even if you have broken through the 4th level of extreme break, you may not be able to cross the 10,000 demons path." The fire phoenix warned seriously. "Whether it's possible or not, I have to go. I have no choice." Lu Ming smiled with a calm expression. Chapter 5037. The fire phoenix's gaze rotated as if she was pondering something. A long while later, a resolute look appeared in her eyes as if she had decided on something. "All right, but I want to enter the 1000 demon path with you," the fire phoenix said. The white tiger and flying snake were alarmed by these words. "Big sister, you can't do that. If you don't leave the 1000 demon path, you will be trapped there for the rest of your life." "Yes, big sister, it's too dangerous. You have to think carefully." The white tiger and flying snake hurriedly tried to persuade her. "You don't need to persuade me. What's the difference between staying in the 1000 demon mountain and being trapped in the 1000 demon path? Moreover, my cultivation has already reached its limit and I still can't comprehend a Genesis technique. Perhaps entering the 1000 demon mountain will help me comprehend a Genesis technique and reach the 4th Genesis breaker stage." The fire phoenix was full of ambition. However, the white tiger and flying snake were still worried. "Don't worry, this guy is more talented than me. He may be able to pass through the 1000 demon path. If that happens, the 1000 demon mountain will be connected to the outside world and I will naturally be able to regain my freedom. This is a good opportunity," the fire phoenix said. According to her speculation, if Lu Ming really did pass through the 1000 demon path, the opportunities within would likely disappear and she would no longer have the chance to enter the 1000 demon path in the future. The white tiger and flying snake no longer tried to persuade the fire phoenix when they saw that she had made up her mind. "Kid, I'm called Zhao Qing. What's your name?" The fire phoenix looked towards Lu Ming and asked. "Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied. "Lu Ming, let's go. The entrance to the 1000 demon path is between the two mountains." The fire phoenix took the lead and flew towards the two mountains. Between the two mountains was a huge valley. At the end of the valley was an ancient stone door. The fire phoenix told him that passing through the stone door would lead to the 1000 demon path. Once inside, one could only advance and not retreat. "Let's go." Lu Ming's eyes were resolute as he stepped forward towards the stone door. The fire phoenix hurriedly followed, entering the stone door with Lu Ming one after the other. Once inside, the scenery around them suddenly changed. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a small plaza. He was the only one in the square. Zhao Qing was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming was not surprised. On the way, Zhao Qing had told him that even if the two of them entered at the same time, they would be separated after entering the 10,000 demons path. Both of them had to break through by themselves and explore the myriad demon path by themselves. It was impossible for them to have a chance to discuss things with each other. To walk out of the myriad demons path, one had to rely on true ability. A stone tablet. Lu Ming discovered that there was a stone tablet erected in the middle of the square. On the stone tablet, there was a carving of a black wolf. The black wolf looked like it was about to pounce, its eyes fierce. Suddenly, the stone steel shone, and the black wolf on the stone steel rushed out. The black wolf in the stone tablet roared, and its body leaped through the air, splitting into 5 black wolves and pouncing towards Lu Ming from 5 different directions. Lu Ming made a grabbing motion in the air. His taboo energy condensed into a long spear and swept it out. The spear light swept out in all directions, and the 5 black wolves were all defeated. But after the black wolves were defeated, they immediately condensed again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming, completely unharmed. Zhao Qing is right. The demon race that appeared on the myriad demon path is not a real life, but a manifestation of the demon race's demonic arts. It is impossible to defeat them. If you want to break through, you have to find the weakness of this demonic art. But to find the weakness of this demonic art, you have to be very familiar with this demonic art, Lu Ming muttered. In other words, you have to comprehend this demonic art. It was easier said than done to comprehend a demonic art and find its weakness. Moreover, this was only the first stage. The myriad demon path had 81 stages, and each stage was harder than the last. To pass all of them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But no matter how difficult it was, you have to pass. Lu Ming's gaze was firm as he stared at the 5 black wolves. Swoosh swoosh. The 5 black wolves pounced continuously. Every pounce was actually a variation of the demonic art. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the black wolves. As he dodged, he observed. Even though Lu Ming had never come into contact with demonic arts. But no matter how many variations there were, it was still the same. Lu Ming had mastered 3,000 ancient secret arts, and the greater half of them had been comprehended by himself. He had even created 2 secret arts that belonged to him. Lu Ming's knowledge of all kinds of arts was rare since ancient times. So even though Lu Ming had never come into contact with demonic arts, his comprehension speed was astounding. In just a few days, Lu Ming had some ideas. 10 days later, Lu Ming had completely comprehended this secret art and found its weakness. Lu Ming stabbed out 5 times, hitting the bodies of the 5 black wolves. With a poof, the 5 black wolves turned into a puff of black smoke and returned to the stone steel. In the next moment, a formation pattern appeared under Lu Ming's feet. At the center of the formation pattern was a pitch-black whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong gravitational force that sucked Lu Ming in. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that he had appeared in a new plaza. This plaza looked similar to the previous one, but Lu Ming knew that he had arrived at the second stage. Because in the center of the plaza, there were 2 stone steels standing. One of the stone steels had a fierce tiger carved on it. The other stone steels had a green snake carved on it. The stone steels glowed, and the fierce tiger and green snake flew out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, they were formed by demonic arts. Lu Ming was the same as before, dodging and comprehending at the same time. The 2 types of demonic arts were naturally more difficult to comprehend. This time, Lu Ming used more than 20 days to successfully comprehend and find the weakness. He passed this stage and entered the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage was still a plaza, but in the plaza, there were 3 stone steels. A ferocious pig was carved on one of the stone steels, a lizard was carved on one of the stone steels, and an octopus was carved on one of the stone steels. The 3 types of demonic arts attacked together. Just like this, Lu Ming calmly comprehended the demonic arts, and 10 years quickly passed. In 10 years, Lu Ming passed 19 stages and entered the 20th stage. At the 20th stage, 20 types of demonic arts appeared. On the 10,000 demon path, the further one walked, the more demonic arts there would be, and the more mysterious they would be. The demonic arts that appeared would also be stronger and more difficult to comprehend. When 20 types of demonic arts attacked together, it would be dazzling, and one would be completely clueless. It would be even harder to comprehend. At this place, Lu Ming finally encountered a difficulty. He could not completely dodge and was attacked by the demonic arts. Instantly, several wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, and waves of stabbing pain came. It's poisonous. Lu Ming discovered that the energy of the other party's attack on his body actually contained a highly toxic poison. This poison was extremely potent. Even Lu Ming felt dizzy. On the 10,000 demon path, divine weapons and battle armors could not be used. Therefore, one could not rely on battle armors to block the attacks of these demonic arts. One could only rely on one's own strength to resist. Therefore, the 10,000 demon path was very dangerous. If one was not careful, not to mention passing through the 10,000 demon path, even one's life could be lost. Of course, the 10,000 demon path also left a way out. Chapter 5038. The myriad demon path also left a way out for every challenger. At the back of the square, there was a stone platform. If the challenger felt that he could not hold on any longer and retreated to the stone platform in time, the demons would not continue to attack. This gave the challenger a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, if the challenger could not hold on and could not retreat, wouldn't he be dead? With a way out, as long as he felt that he could not hold on and retreated in time, there would be no danger to his life. Of course, if someone could not hold on and did not retreat, they would be courting death. However, Lu Ming could still hold on for now. Although he felt a little dizzy, he immediately felt better after circulating his forbidden power. He continued to fight with the 20 demons and continued to comprehend these demonic arts. After enduring for a while, when Lu Ming felt that he was about to reach his limit, he quickly retreated. The 20 demons chased after him, but they were still a step too late. Lu Ming retreated to the stone platform outside the square. When Lu Ming retreated to the stone platform, the 20 demons immediately stopped and turned into rays of light, entering the stone tablet and disappearing. It's really difficult to comprehend 20 types of secret arts amidst the chaotic attacks, Lu Ming sighed. However, Lu Ming already had a way to deal with it. That was to focus on one demonic art and ignore the other demons. When he completely comprehended this demonic art, he would find its weakness and destroy this demonic art. In this way, there would only be 19 types of demonic arts left, which would be easier to deal with. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his forbidden power. His injuries quickly recovered. Lu Ming's recovery speed was astonishing. Even if he was poisoned, it was the same. Before long, Lu Ming was fully recovered and returned to his peak. It's time to refine the Origin Spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming pondered. Then, with a thought, he entered the ancient desolation ring and began to refine the Origin Spirit medicinal liquid. Refining the Origin Spirit medicinal liquid was a big deal because he could refine 1 drop every month. However, if he missed it, for example, if he did it after a year, he would not be able to refine 12 drops at once. He could only refine 1 drop. Even after 100 years, you can only refine 1 drop. Therefore, every month, as long as Lu Ming had nothing to do, he would refine Origin Spirit medicinal elixir. In the 10 years since he had entered the 10,000 demon path, Lu Ming would find a chance to retreat to the stone platform outside the plaza every month. He would wait until he finished refining the original divine medicinal liquid before he continued to comprehend Yao arts. Sometimes, he would even finish absorbing the Origin Spirit medicinal liquid and comprehend Yao arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long to get here. After refining the original God elixir, Lu Ming left the stone platform and entered the square. As soon as Lu Ming entered the plaza, the stone steel glowed. 20 Yao materialized with Yao arts charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept his eyes on one of the demons while he tried his best to avoid the other demons. After a period of time, Lu Ming was once again injured. He retreated to the stone platform to recover, but his gains were great. His understanding of that demonic art had deepened greatly. As he comprehended more and more demonic arts, the speed at which he comprehended them also became faster and faster. If Lu Ming needed 10 days to comprehend the same demonic art at the start, he now needed 6 or 7 days to comprehend it. At the same time, he discovered that demonic arts and ancient secret arts were different methods of achieving the same result. There were similarities between the two. This allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his own Genesis arts while comprehending the demonic arts. That's right, comprehending the demonic arts here could help him comprehend his own Genesis arts. By comparing the demonic arts and ancient secret arts, his understanding of Genesis arts grew deeper and deeper in his mind. After recovering, Lu Ming continued to comprehend. After a few days, Lu Ming finally succeeded in comprehending the demonic art and found its weakness. Swish! His spear thrust out like a dragon, piercing the demonic art's weakness and destroying it. As a result, only 19 of the 20 demonic arts were left. Lu Ming followed the same pattern and continued to study one of the demonic arts. A few days later, Lu Ming also succeeded in comprehending the demonic art and defeated the demonic art's manifestation. As the number of demonic arts decreased, Lu Ming's comprehension speed also increased. In this way, after several months, Lu Ming passed this stage and entered the 21st stage. It had to be said that Lu Ming's talent in comprehending various arts was too great. His speed was too fast, his experience was too rich, and he also had the primordial divine stone in his knowledge. When he was comprehending demonic arts, various runes would appear on the primordial divine stone to help him comprehend demonic arts and greatly increase his comprehension speed. If it was anyone else, their speed would be 100 times slower than Lu Ming's. Even if they were monstrous geniuses, they would be far inferior to Lu Ming. It was very likely that they would be stuck in this stage for the rest of their lives. In the 21st stage, there were 21 kinds of demonic arts that manifested as demonic beasts that attacked together. Also, the demonic arts here were even more profound, more powerful, and more difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming repeated the same trick and continued to study one kind of demonic art. When he could not withstand it, he would retreat to the stone platform outside the plaza to rest. When a month was up, he would start to refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid or absorb and refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming's attitude was very steady. He was not arrogant or impatient. He would just treat this as a seclusion. In any case, he had great gains every time he comprehended a demonic art. Just like this, Lu Ming comprehended demonic arts as he refined the origin spirit medicinal liquid. In a blink, another 6 years passed. It had been 16 years since Lu Ming entered the 10,000 demon path. Bam! Lu Ming brandished his spear and defeated a demon that used demonic techniques. Past the 27th stage. Lu Ming exhaled deeply. In 16 years, he had passed the 27th stage. This speed was very fast. If Zhao Qing knew of this, his jaw would probably drop. But Lu Ming knew that the later stages would not be easy to pass. Even though as time passed, Lu Ming's comprehension of demonic arts became faster and faster, but the later stages of the demonic arts were even harder to comprehend. It was very difficult to increase his speed. It might even take a longer time. A whirlpool appeared below the plaza and sucked Lu Ming in. Then, Lu Ming appeared in a stone room. Yes, he did not appear in the plaza, but in a stone room. Lu Ming himself stilled slightly. This situation was not right. Why did he appear in a stone room? A row of characters suddenly appeared on the wall of the stone room. After Lu Ming read, he had a joyful expression. It said that he would be given a reward. There were 3 kinds of rewards. He could only choose one. Suddenly, the wall lit up. A miniature little dragon appeared in the air. "I am here to give you a reward," the miniature little dragon said. With a glance, Lu Ming knew that the miniature little dragon was not a physical body, but was condensed from energy like a kind of formation spirit. Chapter 5039. What's the reward? Lu Ming asked. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the myriad demon's path. After going through 27 stages, the reward shouldn't be too shabby, right? There are 3 rewards for you to choose from, but you can only choose one of them. The mini dragon said. What are the 3? Tell me. Lu Ming asked. The first is a divine weapon. The mini dragon waved its hand, and divine weapons floated in the air. One of them was a fiery red spear. The other item was a fiery red armor. The aura emitted by both of them was particularly shocking. Top-grade divine weapons. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that they were top-grade divine weapons. Both of them were top-grade divine weapons. As expected of the primordial desolate realms demon race, they had 2 top-grade soul-grade divine weapons in one go. Furthermore, they were a complete set. Lu Ming liked it at first sight. What about the other 2 rewards? Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressed the greed in his heart, and asked. Let's look at the other 2 rewards first. The second reward is 999 drops of original spirit elixir. The mini dragon waved its hand, and another jade bottle appeared. 999 drops of original spirit elixir. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart was burning. To be honest, he also coveted 999 drops of original spirit elixir. The third reward is 1,000 immortal crystals. The mini-dragon took out a small box and said, "Here are the 3 rewards. Which one do you want to choose?" Lu Ming began to think. To be honest, he wanted all 3 rewards. But it was obviously impossible. The mini-dragon said that he could only choose one. As for snatching it, that was even more out of the question. The myriad demon's path was obviously set up by the demon race. If there were such good spears, they would have been used up by the demon race for generations. If he really tried to snatch it, he would probably be courting death. In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "I choose 999 drops of original spirit elixir." Lu Ming chose the original spirit elixir after careful consideration. Although a full set of top-notch source-grade divine weapons was precious and tempting to Lu Ming did not lack them. The War God Spear was a top-tier source-grade divine weapon, and he also had a top-tier source-grade battle armor. One more set would not increase his strength at all. As for the 1,000 immortal crystals, they were also very valuable. Immortal crystals contained origin imprints. Reciprocity cultivators could directly absorb the origin imprints and increase their cultivation. However, Lu Ming was only at the Divine Master realm. He couldn't absorb the origin mark inside the immortal crystal. No matter how he thought about it, the original God elixir was still the best choice. Once he absorbed and refined the original God elixir, he would be able to convert it into strength and increase his cultivation base, allowing him to approach the origin sooner. Now that he had 12 stalks of top-grade source-grade divine herbs, he could refine 12 drops of source God elixir every month. That would be 144 drops in a year. 999 drops of origin God elixir was equivalent to 7 years of Lu Ming's production. To be honest, of the 3 rewards, 999 drops of origin spirit elixir was probably the least valuable. However, it was currently the most useful to Lu Ming. "Alright, here you go." With a wave of the mini-dragon's hand, the other 2 rewards disappeared. The jade bottle containing the original God elixir flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and opened it. Sure enough, he saw a bottle full of original God elixir. This kind of jade bottle didn't look big from the outside, but it was actually quite spacious inside. The pearl-like drops of original God elixir shone dazzlingly. At this time, the surrounding environment began to change. Lu Ming disappeared from the stone room and appeared in a square. There were 28 types of demonic arts on the stone stele. The 28th trial. This trial had 28 types of demonic arts. It was much more difficult and mysterious. The 28 types of demonic arts manifested into demonic beasts that attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming began his great undertaking of comprehending demonic arts again. Just like that, time passed year after year. Lu Ming also passed through one trial after another. From the 28th trial to the 54th trial, Lu Ming used a total of 34 years to pass these 27 trials. It was twice as long as the previous 27 trials. From this, one could see how difficult the 27 trials were. Of course, Lu Ming's harvest was also very big. As he comprehended different types of demonic arts, Lu Ming's understanding of the origin spirit also became clearer and clearer. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of Genesis techniques had reached a limit. It was as if he could immediately comprehend his own Genesis technique as long as he poked through this layer of paper. Soon, I should be able to comprehend my own Genesis technique very soon. Lu Ming muttered to himself. His heart was filled with anticipation. He currently had the battle strength of a 4-time Genesis breaker. Then, when he comprehended his own Genesis technique, how strong would his battle strength be? 5 times Genesis breaker? A 4-time Genesis breaker was already a peerless genius. In the entire universe, besides Lu Ming, there were only 2 people who had achieved this. A 4-time Genesis breaker was said to have the potential to become an immortal. Then what about 5 times Genesis breaker? When he broke through the limits 5 times, everyone in the universe would be shocked. Swish. At this moment, Lu Ming appeared in another stone chamber. Another mini-dragon appeared. There was another reward. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that every 27 trials would give him a reward. 27 trials, 54 trials, there were a total of 81 trials, and there were still 27 trials left. It seemed that after passing all 81 trials, he would receive another reward. This time, how many rewards would he be able to choose from? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Congratulations on passing the 54th trial, this is your reward. After speaking, the mini dragon waved its hand, and a jade bottle appeared and flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming subconsciously caught it in his hand, and then he was a little dumbfounded. Weren't there several rewards for him to choose from? Why was there only one? Lu Ming directly asked this question. You have already chosen the type before. After you made your first choice, the following rewards will be given to you according to your previous choices. You chose the original spirit medicinal liquid before, so this time, I will give you all the original spirit medicinal liquid. Of course, there will be a lot more, 5,000 drops. The mini dragon said. You can do that? Lu Ming was speechless. However, 5,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid was still very tempting to Lu Ming. According to his own production, 5,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid would take about 35 years. In this way, he could directly save 35 years of time. Well, I want to ask, if I choose a top source level divine weapon as the reward for the first trial, how many divine weapons will I get this time? 5 sets of top source level divine weapons. The mini dragon said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 5 sets, that means 5 divine weapons and 5 armors. Lu Ming was tempted. Then what about immortal crystals? Lu Ming asked again. 5,000 immortal crystals. The mini dragon answered. Did I choose the wrong one? Lu Ming asked himself. They were all 5 times stronger than before. Chapter 5040. Originally, the value of 999 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid was on the low side compared to 1,000 immortal crystals and a set of top-grade divine weapons. The greater the quantity, the greater the disparity in value. Now, the difference between 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid and 5,000 immortal crystals and 5 sets of top-grade divine weapons was even greater. If there was a choice, Lu Ming might choose the 5 sets of top-grade divine weapons. A set of top-grade divine weapons had both offense and defense. If given to an Origin Realm expert, that Origin Realm expert's battle strength would soar. An Origin Realm expert would spare no expense to obtain a set of top-grade divine weapons. A top-grade offensive divine weapon could increase an Origin Realm expert's offensive power. Especially a top-grade battle armor, it could save one's life at a critical moment. It could increase an Origin Realm expert's survivability by a large margin. With an increase in survivability, there would naturally be more opportunities to obtain other treasures, such as Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, Immortal Crystals, and even top-grade divine herbs. Strength and survivability were the foundation. However, Lu Ming had no other choice. He had chosen the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, but it was too late to regret it now. Fortunately, the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid is what I need right now. It can quickly raise my cultivation base, or else I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Lu Ming comforted himself as he carefully put away the 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. If he relied on 12 top-grade divine herbs to refine 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, it would take several decades. This way, he could at least save several decades of time. After putting away the Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid, the mini dragon disappeared and Lu Ming reappeared on a square. On the 55th checkpoint, 55 kinds of demonic arts materialized powerful demonic beasts that charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to comprehend demonic arts and perfect his Genesis techniques. Time passed quickly, and 1 year after another passed. Soon, it had been 120 years since Lu Ming entered the Myriad Demon's path. Lu Ming had already reached the 80th checkpoint. This was the penultimate checkpoint. As long as he passed the 80th and 81st checkpoints, Lu Ming would be considered to have passed the Myriad Demon's path. Puff! The spear gleam surged and another demon with demonic skills was defeated by Lu Ming. On the field, only the Yao with 9 Yao arts were left. Out of the 80 types, Lu Ming had broken through only 9 types. Soon. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He had a feeling that his Genesis technique was about to take shape and be fully comprehended. There was only a little left and he was just one step away. Lu Ming felt that he could completely comprehend it at any time. Perhaps, all he needed was a hint of inspiration. Perhaps I won't even need to pass the 81st stage, and will be able to perfect my Genesis technique in the 80th stage. Lu Ming revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the demon who had conjured the demonic art and started to study it. Several days later, bang, this kind of Yao art was defeated by Lu Ming. But he still couldn't comprehend it. He was still a bit off. Continue. Bang. It was yet another failure. Soon, at the 80th level, there were only 3 Yao arts left. Yes, it's like this. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes were like 2 big suns, emitting a dazzling brilliance. He let out an excited roar. Then, tens of thousands of cells in his body emitted a dazzling brilliance like tens of thousands of stars. But the tens of thousands of stars disappeared as soon as they appeared. Forbidden power was frantically circulating, rapidly circulating through the 60 trillion cells in Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's body rapidly swelled. In the end, Lu Ming's body grew to a height of 3 feet, nearly 10 meters, like a giant. Swish! The war god spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out, and a divine dragon flew out with a roar. Then, the spear's momentum changed, and a phoenix flew out. His figure flashed, disappearing from the spot, and the next moment he appeared on the side of the square. It was as if he had teleported, or the aurora art of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. This was not the end. Lu Ming continued to attack, and not a single move was the same. There were thousands of variations, and it was infinitely mysterious. These moves had the shadow of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, and also the shadow of Yao arts. They were not restricted to one style, but their power was extremely astonishing. They were much stronger than Lu Ming's primordial desolation style and heaven splitter style. Genesis technique. This is my Genesis technique. My Genesis technique is different from the rest. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared on the stone stage outside the square. His eyes were bright and filled with excitement. He had finally created his own Genesis technique. However, his Genesis technique was completely different from the others. For example, Yi Immortal, Gu Changfeng, Xian Yanqing and the others were different. The others' Genesis techniques were similar to special moves that fused with one's own origin power. His Genesis technique also fused with one's own origin power, but there was no special move. If there was a special move, it would be that one's body would grow when using it. This was because the direction he took in comprehending Genesis techniques was based on his own body. The body was the foundation, and the body and the physical body were the foundation. Once used, the forbidden power would circulate in his body at a special frequency, causing his body to swell. This swelling of his body was the embodiment of the Genesis technique. In this state, his body was the Genesis technique. He had already turned into a Genesis technique, and every move he made would be able to erupt with terrifying power. Moreover, his moves were ever-changing and he could use any move he wanted. A single thought from him would be a killing move that contained the mysterious power of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques and Yao arts. As expected, after comprehending the Genesis technique, I seemed to have forgotten the ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He had discovered that he had fallen into a strange state. He clearly knew that he had comprehended 3,000 ancient secret techniques, but when he tried to think carefully, he could not recall any of them. He had forgotten. Fei Huang had once said that he would forget the secret techniques he had comprehended in the later stages of his cultivation. It seemed that it was true. However, although he had forgotten the ancient secret techniques, they were deeply imprinted in his soul. Once he used a Genesis technique, every move he made would contain the shadow of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, and its power would be even stronger. This trip was not in vain. It was a blessing in disguise, Lu Ming pondered. He was in a good mood. His only regret was that he had not yet rescued Huang Ling. But there was no hurry. As long as Huang Ling was still on the Thousand Demon path, He would naturally be able to rescue her after he passed the 81st stage. What should I call my Genesis technique? Lu Ming pondered. Everyone would give their Genesis technique a name. His Genesis technique was different from the others. What should it be called? After pondering for a good while, Lu Ming shook his head. He couldn't think of a satisfactory name, but he would slowly think of one in the future. In any case, there was no hurry to name it. I can clearly feel that once I use a Genesis technique, my battle strength will soar. I wonder if I have reached the legendary 5 times of breaking the boundary. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He wanted to find an expert to have a big fight with so that he could verify his combat ability. Chapter 5041. Lu Ming desperately wanted to find an expert to battle and verify his strength. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that if he were to fight Shi Tianting, he would be able to easily defeat Shi Tianting after using his Genesis techniques. He knew that Lu Ming was invincible in the Divine Master stage. Only the Origin Realm was his opponent. My battle strength has almost reached a point where it can't be improved any further in the Divine Master stage. If I want to greatly increase my strength, I can only break through to the Origin Realm. Lu Ming pondered. He wasn't exaggerating. It was the truth. His taboo force had reached a higher level, and his strength had almost reached the peak. He had also comprehended his Genesis techniques. Of course, it wasn't that his Genesis techniques couldn't be improved, but it was too difficult to make a breakthrough in the Divine Master stage. It was many times more difficult than comprehending Genesis techniques in the Divine Master stage. Only after breaking through to the Origin Realm could he continue to make breakthroughs in his Genesis techniques. Therefore, apart from making a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming really couldn't think of any other way to increase his battle strength. If Lu Ming really reached the 5th extreme break, it would be normal. Even in the primeval continent, there weren't many people who could reach the 5th extreme break. Those who broke the 4th extreme break were said to have hope of becoming an immortal. As for those who broke the 5th extreme break, as long as there were no accidents, they would definitely become an immortal. Let's break through the 1,000 demon path in one go. With a thought, Lu Ming withdrew his Genesis technique. His body quickly shrank and returned to normal. At the same time, Lu Ming found that half of the taboo force in his body had been consumed. The consumption of taboo force when using Genesis techniques was so astonishing. With his cultivation, he couldn't last long using Genesis techniques. I can only slowly perfect them after I break through to the Origin Realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After all, he had just comprehended his Genesis techniques and was definitely not perfect in all aspects. As he slowly perfected them in the future, the consumption of taboo force would definitely slowly decrease. Swish! Lu Ming left the stone platform and rushed into the square to continue comprehending his demonic arts. The last few types of Yao arts were quickly defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming successfully passed the 80th level and then entered the 81st level. The difficulty level of the 81st level had indeed increased tremendously. Even Lu Ming felt immense pressure. It was much more difficult than the 80th level. It was extremely difficult for Lu Ming to break through this hurdle. It took him 10 years to successfully break through this hurdle. In this way, Lu Ming used a total of 130 years to pass through the myriad demons path. When Lu Ming passed the 81st level, he appeared in a stone room. Another reward. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming had already tasted the sweetness of the previous 2 rewards. The nearly 6,000 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid that Lu Ming had obtained earlier had all been refined by Lu Ming during the past few years. Lu Ming's cultivation had also grown extremely rapidly approaching the Origin Realm. He was another step closer to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. The Origin Source seed in his body had become even more plump, and the taboo origin power contained within it had become even denser. If the reward this time is 5 times the previous ones, I will really be able to reach my limit. Lu Ming revealed an expectant look. The previous rewards were 5,000 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid. If it was 5 times the previous rewards, it would be 25,000 drops of Origin Spirit medicinal liquid. It would be enough for Lu Ming's cultivation to reach the limits of the Origin Realm. When Lu Ming appeared in the stone room, 2 runes suddenly appeared in the void. The two runes rapidly charged toward Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could react, they had already charged into Lu Ming's eyes. Two tiny runes had appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's eyes. If someone else stood in front of Lu Ming and stared into his eyes, they would be able to clearly see them. However, the two runes quickly disappeared. What is this? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. Was this also a reward? No way. The reward I wanted was Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. 25,000 drops of Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid. Don't tell me you're screwing me over just like that. This is your reward. A voice rang out, and the miniature dragon reappeared. This is my reward? Then what about my Origin Spirit Medicinal Liquid? Lu Ming asked. Why are you in such a hurry? This is your extra reward for passing through the Myriad Demon's path. This is the Demon King Emperor rune, which can see through most of the world's runes and formations. The miniature dragon said. The Demon King Emperor rune can see through most of the world's runes and formations? Lu Ming suddenly became excited, and his voice suddenly rose several octaves. He was so excited. Yes, although it's impossible to see through all of them, you can still see through most of them. As for the formations below the immortal level, as long as there is a weakness, you can almost come and go freely, unless there is no weakness. Of course, there are very few formations in the world that have no weakness, the miniature dragon said. Lu Ming was very satisfied. According to the miniature dragon, although it couldn't see through immortal level formations, it was related to immortal level formations. But an immortal level array was most likely related to immortals. It was normal for one to not be able to see through it after stepping into the immortal domain. It would be abnormal if one could see through it. With this Demon King Emperor rune, his life-saving ability would definitely skyrocket. In this aspect, he was even more awesome than Dandan. Of course, just seeing through it and not understanding those runes and formations would definitely not be able to use it. If Dandan knew about it, he would probably be so envious that his eyes would turn purple. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He was quite satisfied with this extra reward. Then, the miniature dragon took out a jade bottle and flew to Lu Ming. There are 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid in here. It's your reward for passing the 81st stage. The miniature dragon said. It's really 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid. Lu Ming was extremely excited, his eyes burning with passion. 25,000 drops of original spirit medicinal liquid, which saved him more than 170 years of time. Lu Ming carefully put it into the ancient desolation ring. Also, take this array plate with you and give it to the experts of the monster clan. With this array plate, they can freely enter and exit the road of 1,000 monsters. They can even freely enter and exit the barriers outside the 1,000 monsters mountain. The miniature dragon said. I see. Lu Ming understood. This was a treasure for the demon race. He had heard from Zhao Qing that as long as someone passed through the Myriad Demon's path, the inside of the Myriad Demon's mountain would be connected to the outside. It seemed that the Myriad Demon's path would not disappear. Zhao Qing and the others had most likely misunderstood. The Myriad Demon's path was still there, but the people of the demon race could use this array plate to enter and exit the Myriad Demon's path at will. Alright. The reward has been given. Let's go. The miniature dragon said. In the next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the stone chamber and appeared on a mountain peak. This is the surface of the Myriad Demon's mountain? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This place was lacking in desolation chi. It was indeed the surface of the Myriad Demon's mountain. He had indeed left the interior of the Myriad Demon's mountain. Behind him, the void was constantly twisting like water ripples. This was the entrance to the Myriad Demon's path. Chapter 5042. Go back. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the void that was constantly twisting. Huang Ling had not been rescued yet, so he naturally could not leave. As soon as his body got close to the distorted void, his body disappeared from the void. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another void. Standing in this void, a magnificent scene appeared in front of Lu Ming. Dense and endless runes filled the entire void, covering a large area. He did not know how many runes there were. Anyway, They were densely packed like the sand of the Ganges River. Countless runes intertwined together to form a huge formation. This huge formation was ever-changing and incomparably mysterious. The 10,000 Demon Path. That's right, the formation formed by the endless runes was the 10,000 Demon Path. On Lu Ming's eyes, 2 runes flickered with a strange luster. The entire 10,000 Demon Path appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. There were no secrets. Lu Ming immediately saw a figure fighting with some demons in a certain place in the 10,000 Demon Path. Who else could it be but Huang Ling? The 54th level. Lu Ming discovered that Huang Ling had actually reached the 54th level. Lu Ming was a little surprised. One had to know that even in the history of the demon race, there were definitely not many who could reach the 54th level. From this, it could be seen how talented Huang Ling was and how high her comprehension ability was. Huang Ling and Mulins entered the Creation Jade Pool and underwent earth-shaking transformations. There are only more than 10 types of demonic arts left. Huang Ling should be able to pass the 54th level. Lu Ming pondered. Therefore, he did not immediately appear to see Huang Ling. There would be a reward for passing the 54th level. If he went to see Huang Ling now and took Huang Ling away, there would be no reward. Although he did not know what reward Huang Ling had chosen, no matter what reward it was, the value was shockingly high. After looking for a while, Lu Ming's gaze turned to other directions of the 10,000 Demon Path. He also saw other figures in different directions. There were a total of 7 people. 6 of the demon race prodigies should have entered the myriad demon path in the past. According to Zhao Qing, the Yao clan had not entered the myriad demons path for many years. It was hard to remember exactly how long it had been, but it was definitely a long time ago. Over the years, more than 6 geniuses from the demon race had entered the 10,000 demon path. Some of them had either died or self-destructed because too much time had passed. Of the remaining 6, the strongest one had also reached the 54th stage. However, this person was far weaker than Huang Ling. At the 54th stage, he did not even use a single demonic art to defeat her. He was completely trapped here, unable to advance or retreat. The other prodigies of the monster race were in a similar situation. They were completely trapped in a difficult situation, unable to advance or retreat. Even if these people died of old age, it was impossible for them to pass through the myriad demons path. Huang Ling still had some hope. However, it would take a very long time to pass the 10,000 demons path. Huang Ling might have spent 10,000 years to pass the 54th stage, but she had already passed the 54th stage. If he wanted to pass the remaining 27 stages, he would need at least 100,000 years or even longer. The other person was naturally Zhao Qing. However, she had only reached the 18th level. To be able to reach the 18th level in 130 years was already extremely talented. Once Huang Ling passes the 54th stage and obtains the reward, I'll go out and see her. After some thought, Lu Ming sat down on the spot. He took out the Origin Spirit Elixir and began to refine it. Lu Ming refined droplet after droplet of Origin Spirit Elixir. They were converted into Origin Energy and gathered in the Origin Seed. Lu Ming's Origin Seed was constantly filling up. The Origin Energy was constantly condensing. When he truly reached the limit, all the forbidden energy in Lu Ming's body would be converted into Forbidden Origin Energy. Right now, the Forbidden Energy and Forbidden Origin Energy coexisted in Lu Ming's body. Only when Lu Ming's body was completely filled with Forbidden Origin Energy would it mean that Lu Ming could prepare to break through to reciprocity. This cultivation lasted for more than 60 years. It had been almost 200 years since Lu Ming had entered the myriad demon path. Lu Ming had already refined all 25,000 droplets of Origin Spirit Elixir. Lu Ming's cultivation had finally reached the limits of peak Godmaster. All the forbidden energy in his body had been converted into Forbidden Origin Energy. As long as he settled down for a while longer, he could break through to reciprocity. However, he was currently in the Origin Tribulation, so he was unable to break through to reciprocity. However, there were only around 300 years left before the tribulation ended. 300 years passed very quickly. Lu Ming planned on using these 300 years to raise his condition to the limit. That way, he would be able to break through to reciprocity as soon as the tribulation ended. Lu Ming still did not know that there were monstrous geniuses who could break through to reciprocity under the origin tribulation. No one had told him this. At this moment, Huang Ling was finally about to pass through the 54th stage. There was only one last demonic art left, and it seemed like Huang Ling had basically comprehended it. Another half a day later, Huang Ling unleashed a killer move that attacked the weakness of the Yao that had materialized from the Yao art and defeated this Yao. Afterward, Huang Ling disappeared from the 54th stage and entered a stone room. Of course, this stone room was also a part of the formation. It was composed of a large number of runes. Lu Ming could see it very clearly. Huang Ling chose a weapon. A light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He saw Mini Dragon hand over 5 sets of peak source grade weapons to Huang Ling. This included 5 peak source grade armors and 5 peak source grade swords. To be honest, this reward was the most valuable out of the 3. Reciprocity experts would fight over it. Huang Ling received the reward and entered the 55th stage. After entering the 55th stage, Huang Ling began to comprehend the demonic arts here. She could not be trapped in the myriad demon mountain. She wanted to leave. She wanted to see Lu Ming again. Back then, she accidentally entered the myriad demon mountain, but it was impossible to leave. She wasn't willing to be trapped here for the rest of her life. When she found out that as long as she could make it through the myriad demon path, she would be able to leave, so she entered without any hesitation. Even if she knew it was very difficult, she wanted to leave no matter how long it would take. If 10,000 years were not enough, then 100,000 years. If 100,000 years were not enough, then 1,000,000 years or even a stellar year. She wanted to leave even if she reached the end of her life. Fortunately, her talent was strong enough. She passed the 54th stage in just 10,000 years. This was all thanks to the Fortune Jade Pool. The Fortune Jade Pool allowed her to obtain heaven-defying fortune and undergo an extreme transformation. The phoenix bloodline in her body became extremely shocking and pure. Once she used it, it was like a primordial phoenix had reappeared. Phoenixes were the kings of primordial demons. They had a unique advantage in comprehending demonic arts, which was why she could be so fast. Moreover, the process of comprehending demonic arts was also a kind of learning for her. It allowed her battle prowess and cultivation to become stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky above the 55th stage. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Huang Ling was immediately stunned when she saw this figure. Chapter 5043. At the 55th checkpoint of the 10,000 Demons path, the one who appeared out of thin air was naturally Lu Ming. When Huang Ling saw Lu Ming, she was stunned. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with disbelief. She never dreamed that Lu Ming would appear here. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Huang Ling smiled bitterly and whispered, Huang Ling, you're so useless. You're actually hallucinating. Is it because I miss Lu Ming too much? She thought that it was because she missed Lu Ming too much that she was hallucinating. However, the person in front of her was too real. Lu Ming walked toward Huang Ling step by step. His eyes, which were as firm as a sword, were filled with tenderness. Huang Ling, it seems that your hallucination is quite serious. Why would Lu Ming look at you like that? Stop dreaming. Huang Ling continued to whisper. She still firmly believed that it was impossible for Lu Ming to appear here. It must be an illusion, because this was the 10,000 Demons path inside the 10,000 Demons mountain in the depths of the universe. Lu Ming was far away in the universe's starry sky. There was an endless distance from the depths of the universe, let alone entering the 10,000 Demons mountain and stepping into the 10,000 Demons path. Even if Lu Ming really entered the 10,000 Demons mountain and stepped into the 10,000 Demons path, it was impossible for him to see her. In the 10,000 Demons path, they did not want to see each other. It was even more impossible for him to step through the void like Lu Ming. This was nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy in her heart. Which woman did not want her beloved man to step through the void to see her from hundreds of millions of miles away? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although Huang Ling was whispering with her hearing, how could she not hear it? He heard it clearly. Lu Ming felt very guilty. He had let the phoenix spirit down too much. It caused him to reveal an affectionate expression. Huang Ling did not believe it. Lu Ming still walked towards Huang Ling step by step and soon landed in front of her. Silly girl, I let you down in the past. It's my fault. From now on, I won't let you down again, and I won't let you suffer any grievances. Lu Ming said affectionately, his eyes looking straight into Huang Ling's eyes. Why is the hallucination so real this time? It seems that I'm really sick. Huang Ling continued to mumble. Her big eyes sparkled as she stared at Lu Ming. She wanted to imprint Lu Ming's appearance deeply in her mind. Lu Ming. Afterward, Lu Ming reached out and pulled Huang Ling into his arms. Silly girl. Lu Ming's eyes of the 10,000 demons path. He then lowered his head and tapped Huang Ling's face gently. Huang Ling was stunned. This time, she was truly stunned. Lu Ming's arms were strong and powerful. Lu Ming's chest was filled with warmth. She could even feel Lu Ming's heartbeat. Also, she could clearly feel the warmth from Lu Ming's lips and Lu Ming's breathing. Really, all of this was real. It was not a hallucination. Hallucinations could not be so real. Lu Ming had really come here and stepped through the void to find her. Her delicate body trembled and tears streamed down her face. It was as if she wanted to let out all of her grievances and longing. Lu Ming, is that you? Huang Ling asked in a trembling voice. It's me. I'm Lu Ming. I'm here to take you away. Lu Ming said gently. Then, with Huang Ling in his arms, he took a step forward. The void cracked and Lu Ming and Huang Ling disappeared from the place. It was not just because of the Demon King Emperor rune. It was impossible for the Demon King Emperor rune to be so mysterious. It was mainly because Lu Ming had passed through the Myriad Demons path. The Myriad Demons path was no longer an obstacle for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked on the Myriad Demons path as if he was walking on flat ground. The next moment, Lu Ming left the Myriad Demons path with Huang Ling and appeared in the Myriad Demons mountain at the exit of the Myriad Demons path. This is the entrance of the Myriad Demons path? Huang Ling looked at the surroundings and was even more confused. She had gone through so much to pass the 54th level. Why was she back now? The point was, how did Lu Ming bring her back? Didn't they say that once one entered the Myriad Demons path, they could only move forward and could not retreat? Could it be that Huang Ling suddenly thought of a possibility and her heart beat wildly? However, this possibility was too unbelievable. Lu Ming, did you pass through the Myriad Demons path? In the end, Huang Ling still asked this unbelievable question. Yes, I passed through the Myriad Demons path. Lu Ming nodded. Passed through. Lu Ming passed through. Sure enough, he is still him. He is still so amazing. No matter where he goes, he will not fall behind others. Huang Ling was shocked at first, but she soon calmed down. Wasn't this Lu Ming's usual behavior? It was normal. Lu Ming, how did you get here? By the way, have you seen Sister Mulin's? You must have seen Sister Mulin's. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that I am here. Huang Ling asked a few questions in succession. In the end, she answered her own questions. She was a little excited to see Lu Ming. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told her about his experiences over the years. You actually passed through the Myriad Demons path in just over 100 years. Even though she was full of confidence in Lu Ming, Huang Ling's mouth was still slightly agape when she heard that Lu Ming had passed through the Myriad Demons path in just over 100 years. She was deeply shocked. Let's go and see the Fire Phoenix first. Then, Lu Ming brought Huang Ling back into the Myriad Demons path and appeared at the 19th checkpoint of the Myriad Demons path, where the Fire Phoenix and Huang Ling were. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, why are you here? As soon as Lu Ming and the others appeared, they heard a shocked voice. It was naturally Zhao Qing. She was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform outside the square, meditating to recover. As soon as Lu Ming and Huang Ling appeared, she noticed them and asked subconsciously. Then, she immediately reacted and was extremely excited. How could Lu Ming and Huang Ling appear here? She knew the Myriad Demons path too well. Once one entered, one could not retreat. It was not just a saying. It was real. No one had ever been special. Entering the Myriad Demons path and suddenly appearing here, There was only one possibility: they had passed through the myriad demons' path. How could she not be excited? This meant that the demons inside the myriad demons mountain could leave. However, who had passed through the myriad demons' path? Was it Lu Ming or Huang Ling? Zhao Qing's gaze circled Huang Ling and Lu Ming, and she immediately made a judgment. Huang Ling. It must be Huang Ling. Lu Ming had only entered the myriad demons' path for 200 years. No matter how talented Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to pass through the myriad demons' path in 200 years. It was impossible. Moreover, Lu Ming was still a human and not a demon. The difficulty of passing through the myriad demons' path was even greater than that of a demon. It was impossible for it to be Lu Ming. As for Huang Ling, she had already entered the myriad demons' path for more than 10,000 years. Moreover, the phoenix bloodline in Huang Ling's body was extremely rich and was not weaker than her own. With such talent and more than 10,000 years, there was still a trace of possibility. In the past, she did not think that Huang Ling could pass through the myriad demons' path. Passing through the myriad demons' path in more than 10,000 years was also an incredible thing. However, now that the facts were in front of her, she had no choice but to believe it. Huang Ling, congratulations on passing through the myriad demons' path. As expected of someone with my phoenix bloodline, Huang Ling said. Chapter 50-44. Zhao Qing stared straight at Huang Ling. His eyes were filled with deep admiration and admiration. To be honest, it was already an incredible miracle to be able to pass through the 10,000 demons' path in 10,000 years. It was normal for many people to be trapped in a certain level for tens of thousands of years or even longer. What? Huang Ling was a little confused when she heard Zhao Qing's words. Then, she quickly understood that Zhao Qing had misunderstood and thought that she had passed through the 10,000 demons' path. Little Qing, you misunderstood. It's not me who passed through the 10,000 demons' path. I'm very ashamed. I only passed the 54th level after 10,000 years. Huang Ling quickly explained. It's not you? Then who is it? Where is he? Zhao Qing's eyes darted around as he searched the surroundings. He thought that someone else had passed through the 10,000 demons' path and rescued Lu Ming and Huang Ling. He then brought Huang Ling and Lu Ming here and left. He still did not think of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had only entered the 10,000 demons' path for 200 years. Moreover, he was a human. This was simply impossible. It was impossible. He's here. The one who passed through the 10,000 demons' path is him. Lu Ming, Huang Ling said. Zhao Qing, the fire phoenix, had his mouth wide open as he stood there in a daze. His eyes were wide open. What did you say? The one who passed through the 10,000 demons' path is him? How is this possible? He has only entered the 10,000 demons' path for 200 years. Moreover, he's a human. It's impossible for him to comprehend demonic arts so quickly. How can it be him? Zhao Qing shouted in disbelief and almost collapsed. But it's really him. Huang Ling muttered. She did not know how to explain to Zhao Qing. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Was it incredible to pass through the 10,000 demons' path in 200 years? Why didn't he think so? In fact, he had only used 130 years to pass through the 10,000 demons' path. He wondered what Zhao Qing's expression would be when he found out. Here, this is for you. It's the reward for passing through the 10,000 demons' path. Take this formation plate and you can pass through the 10,000 demons' path unimpeded and reach the universe of the 10,000 demons mountain. Lu Ming said, handing over the formation plate he had obtained from the myriad demons' path to Zhao Qing. Is this true? Zhao Qing said in a daze. If you don't believe me, you can try using the array plate. Lu Ming said. Zhao Qing revealed a bewildered expression. Was what Lu Ming said true? Did Lu Ming really pass the 10,000 demons' path? Was the iron plate in Lu Ming's hand really the reward for clearing the 10,000 demons' path? With it, one could travel unimpeded on the 10,000 demons' path. She still found it hard to believe, but Lu Ming and Huang Ling had clearly broken through the void and appeared here. She had no choice but to believe it. All right. In the end, Zhao Qing's body flashed with light, and she transformed into a young and beautiful girl wearing a fiery red dress. Then she picked up the array plate and flew into the square. Immediately, the 10,000 demon path in front of her changed. It was different from before, and a path appeared. She stepped out and disappeared in front of Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Lu Ming and Huang Ling didn't have to wait for too long. Only half an hour later, Zhao Qing's figure reappeared. It's true. I can freely enter and exit the 10,000 demons path. Zhao Qing's face was full of excitement and ecstasy. She was too excited. Since the destruction of the primordial world, the demons of the 10,000 Demons Mountain had sealed themselves and isolated themselves from the world. It had been countless years, and they couldn't go out. Zhao Qing was born inside the 10,000 Demons Mountain. She couldn't be more familiar with the small 10,000 Demons Mountain, and she was tired of it. Her dream was to walk out of the 10,000 Demons Mountain and go to the legendary primordial world. Now, this dream had finally come true. How could she not be excited? Then, she looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. She didn't expect that it was really Lu Ming who had passed the 10,000 demons path. A human actually spent only 200 years to pass the 10,000 demons path. What kind of talent was this? The reincarnation of a human king? Cough, cough. Lu Ming blushed when Zhao Qing looked at him. He coughed a few times and said, "After this array is activated, it can cover many people at the same time, and many people can pass the 10,000 demons path at the same time." Great. Zhao Qing beamed. But now, there are many forces outside the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Creatures of the forbidden areas are dominating. You have to be careful. Lu Ming warned. Creatures of the forbidden areas? Creatures of the forbidden areas have appeared? Lu Ming, tell me in detail about the current situation of the universe. Zhao Qing said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and immediately told her about the current situation of the primordial world. I see. I didn't expect the primordial world to become like this. But now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we grasp it well, maybe the demons can rise again. Zhao Qing whispered. She yearned for the outside world, so she was familiar with all kinds of books about the primordial world and understood a lot of things. Well, you can discuss what to do. Huang Ling and I will leave here first. Lu Ming said. Okay, then we'll see you another day. Zhao Qing hurriedly nodded and couldn't wait to find the other experts of the demon race to discuss this matter. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and reached out to grab Huang Ling. Their figures flashed and they headed out of the 10,000 demons path. With Lu Ming leading, they were unimpeded and soon returned to the surface of the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Then they flew out of the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Now that 200 years had passed, the restrictions around the 10,000 Demons Mountain had reappeared and become stronger. However, now that Lu Ming had the Demon King Emperor mark, the restrictions of the 10,000 Demons Mountain were useless to Lu Ming. The formations of other places were difficult for Lu Ming, but the formations of the demon race were really not difficult for Lu Ming. The Demon King Emperor mark could easily see through all the formations and restrictions of the demon race. Soon, Lu Ming and Huang Ling passed through the restrictions of the 10,000 Demons Mountain and saw a figure waiting anxiously outside. This figure was naturally Mulin's. Mulin's had waited outside the 10,000 Demons Mountain for 200 years. She was really anxious. Could it be that Lu Ming was also trapped in the 10,000 Demons Mountain? Otherwise, why would he not come out after 200 years? Just as she was waiting anxiously, she saw Lu Ming and Huang Ling fly out. Lu Ming, Mulin's was overjoyed and flew over. Sister Mulin's, Huang Ling blushed and withdrew her small hand that was held by Lu Ming. She knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Mulin's. She felt a little guilty when Lu Ming grabbed her hand in front of Mulin's. Lu Ming naturally knew what Huang Ling was thinking and smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he would have to spend more effort on getting along with the girls in the future. Huang Ling, it's great that you're fine. By the way, what happened after that? Mulin's asked. Huang Ling immediately told her about her experiences over the years. Her experience was actually very simple. After entering the interior of the 10,000 Demons Mountain, she entered the 10,000 Demons Path. She spent most of her time in the 10,000 Demons Path. After Huang Ling told her, Lu Ming also briefly told her how he rescued Huang Ling. Chapter 5045. Mullins was almost numb to the various miracles that Lu Ming had created. Therefore, when she heard that Lu Ming had used 200 years to break through the myriad demon path that the demon race could not break through for countless years, Mullins's heart did not fluctuate at all. She was very calm. The pressure of the origin tribulation has decreased again. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a soft cry of surprise. Originally, peak divine master existences could feel the pressure brought about by the origin tribulation. Lu Ming discovered that the pressure brought about by the origin tribulation had decreased greatly compared to 200 years ago. However, this was normal. After all, there were only about 300 years left until the end of the origin tribulation. The closer it was to the end of the origin tribulation, the weaker the power of the origin tribulation would be. Let's return to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm first. Lu Ming said. The three of them flew towards the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. After a while, they returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. As soon as they returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming and the others learned two important news. The first was that the early origin realm existences had awakened one after another. The origin tribulation was no longer dangerous to early origin realm existences. Early origin realm existences no longer had to worry about their lives and could move about freely. Of course, the stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the suppression of the origin tribulation. Those above the mid-origin realm could not awaken yet. This was definitely a major event, enough to change the situation of the major forces in the past. In the past, when the origin realm did not appear, the invincible divine master was the strongest and could dominate the battle. Now, the invincible divine master's role would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong the invincible divine master was, he was only a divine master. At most, he was equivalent to the most ordinary origin realm existences. However, how many early origin realm experts were there in the Forbidden Grounds? The Forbidden Grounds and the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were not like the Heaven Destroyer or the Celestial Race. There were only a few hundred origins. Their number of origins was astonishing. It was not something that the Heaven Destroyer or the Celestial Race could compare to. There were even geniuses among these early origin realm existences. It could be said that the invincible divine master no longer had the right to speak, but the origins. Lu Ming was quite depressed. It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate a Genesis technique, and it was very likely that he would be able to break through 5 times. He had thought that he would be invincible under the heavens and that no one would be his match. Who would have thought that an origin realm expert would appear before he could even make a name for himself? Lu Ming was powerful, but he was not arrogant. With his battle prowess, he could deal with regular early reciprocity experts, but he would definitely be done for if he encountered monstrous geniuses of origin. After all, reciprocity cultivators were able to unleash the full power of source-grade divine weapons. The second piece of news was that the peerless prodigy of the Dark Vine clan, Shi Tianting, would be attempting a breakthrough to reciprocity in a month's time. It's possible to attack origins even under the Great Tribulation of Origins? Lu Ming was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Of course it's possible. Legend has it that once one breaks through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, they will obtain unimaginable benefits. Their talent and potential will greatly increase. Of course, the difficulty of breaking through is also astonishingly high, and it's also extremely dangerous. Legend has it that countless peerless geniuses have tried to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, only to die in the end. It was Han Yu who explained to Lu Ming and the others. So it's possible to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins. Lu Ming murmured inside, his eyes filled with astonishment. It said that Shi Tianting has long wanted to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, but the Great Tribulation of Origins was too powerful in the past, so he didn't dare to take action. Only recently, when the Great Tribulation of Origins weakened a lot, did he begin to prepare to break through. Now, a large number of people from various major forces have already headed to the Great Tribulation of Origins to witness this once-in-a-lifetime event. Originally, I also planned to set off. You guys came back just in time. Do you want to go together? asked Han Yu. Of course we're going, said Lu Ming. He was also a person with loftier ambitions. Since he could break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins, he would obtain great benefits and raise his upper limit. How could he not be tempted? He naturally wanted to see Shi Tianting break through to reciprocity to broaden his horizons. If possible, he also wanted to break through to reciprocity under the Great Tribulation of Origins. His cultivation base had already reached the limit of a peak godly master. As long as he stabilized for a while, he could begin to break through. Very well then, let's set off together. Han Yu nodded. Great Tribulation of Origins. Great Tribulation of the Primeval Continent in the Last Era. It was a famous mountain that was renowned throughout the world. Shi Tianting had chosen this place for two reasons. First, the environment of this famous mountain was excellent, and the primeval qi was extremely rich. Second, it also meant that Shi Tianting was superior to the heavens. One could see that Shi Tianting's ambitions were loftier than the heavens. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at Great Tribulation of Origins, there were still 10 days before Shi Tianting would break through to reciprocity. At this moment, there was already a sea of people around Great Tribulation of Origins. Humans, 9 demonic spiders, extreme evil tribe, heavenly vine, dark heaven warriors, and ice fire tribe. The 6 major forces of the Western universe had all gathered. There were hundreds of thousands of people from each side. There were at least 1 million people present. Now, with the recovery of the primeval universe, there were more and more resources. The number of living beings in the Forbidden Lands also increased. Of course, excluding those in the Origin realm, the living beings in the Forbidden Lands who woke up later were not particularly powerful. There were not many godly Master Realm experts who had broken through to the extreme tribulation. This was because the living beings in the Forbidden Lands had resources in the past. The first ones to wake up were the extreme tribulation experts. He had to awaken the powerful ones first before he could seize more resources. Although there were many living beings in the Forbidden Lands who woke up later, most of them were ordinary godly emperors and godly masters. Lu Ming glanced through the crowd and saw many familiar faces. For example, Zhu Tian of the 9 demonic spiders, Mo Sha and Yi Chan of the extreme evil tribe, and so on. There were also many existences with terrifying auras in the crowd. Without a doubt, these people were all Origin realm experts. Lu Ming, Mulins, and the others silently mixed in with the human experts. With the help of these human experts, they blocked the view of Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others. If Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others discovered Lu Ming, they would probably go crazy and ask the Origin realm experts of the 2 races to deal with Lu Ming. Right now, watching Shi Tianting break through to the Origin realm was the most important matter. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, Zhu Tian and the others' attention was on the heaven-upholding peak. They did not notice Lu Ming's arrival. A figure sat cross-legged on the heaven-upholding peak. It was Shi Tianting. There were at least dozens of heavenly vine experts guarding around Shi Tianting to ensure that he would not be disturbed. Of course, if he really began to break through to the Origin realm, outsiders could not interfere. If outsiders interfered while breaking through to the Origin realm during the Origin tribulation, they would be courting death. Not only would they harm themselves, but they would also implicate the person breaking through. Not only could outsiders not help, but they could not even use their various weapons. Chapter 5046. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and listened to the discussions of the people around him. He obtained a lot of useful information. There are 2 main obstacles to breaking through to the Origin realm under the Great Tribulation of Origin. The first obstacle is how to make the Origin seed sprout and transform into an Origin root under the Great Tribulation of Origin. Not far away, a few old men of the human race were discussing. Just by standing there casually, the old men of the human race gave off a feeling that they were one with the world. This was the Origin realm. Clearly, these old men of the human race were early Origin realm cultivators who had recently unsealed themselves and awakened. These people had lived for a long time and knew a lot of secrets. That's right. Under the Great Tribulation of Origin, one will be suppressed by the cosmic sea. It's more than 10 times more difficult to make the origin seed transform into an origin root. It's also very dangerous. If you're not careful, the origin seed will collapse under the pressure of the cosmic sea. At that time, it won't be as simple as the origin seed collapsing. You'll be completely destroyed, another old man in a silver robe said. This is only the first difficulty. The second difficulty is even more dangerous. Even if you succeed and transform into an origin root, the cosmic sea will still devour the origin root. How to stop the devouring of the cosmic sea is the most important thing. If you dare to break through under the great tribulation of origin, the cosmic sea will become violent and the devouring power will be abnormally strong. If you can't stop it, you'll die. The old man in front continued. Some of the young people in the surroundings turned pale. The difficulty was just too great. Originally, under normal circumstances, breaking through to the origin realm was shockingly difficult and very dangerous. There was a risk of death if one was not careful. Needless to say, under the great tribulation of origin, it was practically a hellish difficulty. This is the difference between a monstrous genius and an ordinary genius. Although this step is dangerous, it's also an opportunity. If you succeed, the gap between a monstrous genius and an ordinary genius will be further widened. Even geniuses of the same level who have passed or not will rapidly widen the gap between them. Legend has it that in the primeval continent of the last epoch, there were peerless monstrous geniuses who specifically searched for universes under the great tribulation of origin. They went to those universes to break through to increase their upper limits and enhance their talent and potential. An old man glanced at the young people and said indifferently, "That's right. Legend has it that the human king Shen Yuan and the ancient queen did this." Another old man said. The young people secretly curled their lips and didn't agree. Human king Shen Yuan and the ancient queen. Who were they? Were they human monarchs? He was a supreme master who dominated the untainted continent. Even creatures in forbidden lands and other universes were frightened by his name. How could they compare with him? One shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Tian-Tang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded slightly at the experts of the Dark Sky Vine race. The experts of the Dark Sky Vine race around Shi Tian-Vine quickly retreated and left the towering sky peak. Boom! After the people of the Dark Vine race left, a powerful aura burst out from Shi Tianting's body. He began to break through. The eyes of the millions of people in the surroundings lit up. Shi Tianting had been adjusting his state before. Now that he had adjusted his state to the peak, he immediately began to break through. Shi Tianting's aura became stronger and stronger as if there was no end to it. His body was surrounded by red and black lights. One could see a ball of light in his body. It was like a sun that emitted a dazzling light. What a powerful aura! Is this the fourth stage of the extreme break? Some origin realm existences looked solemn. They felt pressure just from the aura without making a move. They were shocked by the terrifying strength of the fourth stage of the extreme break. Of course, these were the more ordinary origin realm existences. The truly powerful origin realm existences didn't change their expressions. Shi Tianting's aura was still rising. Lu Ming knew that Shi Tianting was breaking through to the origin realm. It would be crucial when his aura reached the peak. Rumble. Suddenly, the void trembled. Rumbling sounds came from the depths of the void. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the place. The pressure of the origin tribulation has increased. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just now, Lu Ming clearly felt that the pressure of the origin tribulation had increased by a lot. He hasn't broken through yet, but he's already caused a disturbance in the cosmic sea. How shocking! Retreat. The origin realm existences retreated rapidly, retreating billions of kilometers away in an instant to distance themselves from Shi Tianting as soon as possible. The reason why they could break their seal and come out was because the power of the origin tribulation had weakened. It didn't have much effect on early origin realm existences. However, Shi Tianting's breakthrough had caused a disturbance in the cosmic sea, causing the power of the origin tribulation in this area to increase greatly. How could these origin realm existences dare to stay? If they stayed, they would probably die before Shi Tianting could break through. The disturbance in the cosmic sea caused the pressure of the origin tribulation to increase greatly. However, it didn't affect those below the origin realm much. Those below the origin realm didn't retreat and continued to watch. Shi Tianting's aura continued to increase, and the origin seed in his body began to tremble. Everyone knew that it had reached a critical moment. Now, Shi Tianting must be under tremendous pressure. If he wasn't careful, his origin seed would explode, and his entire body would explode, destroying his body and soul. Rumble. The rumbling in the depths of the void continued and became more and more intense. In the next moment, the space in the void actually continued to spin, forming a vortex. Above Shi Tianting, the space distorted and collapsed. Through the distorted space, one could even see an ocean. That was the cosmic sea. The cosmic sea was rolling, and the waves were surging violently. It was breathtaking, as if it was furious. From afar, this vortex looked like an eye that was looking down and corroding Shi Tianting. A crisp sound spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone saw that a crack had appeared on the origin seed of the celestial vine. A crack has appeared on the origin seed. Is Shi Tianting going to fail? Nonsense, that's the state of taking root and germinating. Shi Tianting is going to break through successfully. Many people roared. Chapter 5047. A crack appeared on Shi Tianting's origin energy seed, causing many people to lose their composure. In the beginning, many people thought that Shi Tianting was about to fail, unable to endure any longer. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. Shi Tianting was about to succeed in his breakthrough. The origin energy seed was about to sprout. Only after the origin energy seed had broken through could it sprout and grow an origin root. As expected, cracking sounds constantly rang out. More and more cracks appeared on Shi Tianting's origin energy seed. A while later, the cracks were like a spider web, densely covering the seed. Afterwards, strands of roots extended from the origin energy seed. These roots spread out, extending to various parts of Shi Tianting's body. The existence of origin energy, the roots of the origin root, took root in various parts of the body, covering it like veins. Above the origin root was the vast ocean, connecting to the cosmic sea. As for the soul, it would enter the origin root, borrowing the origin energy of the origin root to nourish and strengthen the soul. As a result, the origin root was extremely important to origin realm existences. Once the origin root was destroyed, the consequences would be extremely severe. More and more roots appeared on Shi Tianting's origin energy seed, extending to every part of his body. Afterwards, the origin energy seed slowly grew upwards, and an origin root slowly appeared. The origin root seemed like a meridian, but it was actually completely condensed from origin energy. It was extremely tough, comparable to divine weapons. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to shatter. Origin realm existences had a way to preserve their lives. Once their origin root was attacked and on the verge of shattering, cultivators could escape into the roots of the origin root to protect their soul. This was because the roots of the origin root were rooted in the body. As long as the body was not completely destroyed, a new origin root could be grown through the roots in the body. As a result, origin realm existences possessed extremely tenacious vitality. Killing them was very difficult, unless the body was reduced to ashes or the soul was destroyed with lightning speed. Although origin realm existences could theoretically survive even if their origin root was destroyed, no one had ever tried it. Firstly, once the origin root was destroyed, you might not be able to grasp the opportunity to escape into the roots with your soul. Many people's souls didn't even have time to escape the instant their origin roots were destroyed. Secondly, even if one's soul managed to escape into the roots and preserve one's life, if one's origin root was destroyed, it would be extremely difficult to regrow it. The amount of resources required would be astonishing, and it might even affect one's future cultivation path. After all, monstrous geniuses who could break through and rebuild themselves were too rare. As time passed, The origin root of the heaven-seeding vine grew longer and longer, thicker and thicker. In the end, it stopped growing when it was an inch long. One could see that the origin root of the heaven-seeding vine was a mixture of white and red. It looked like a beautiful piece of jade. Success! The origin roots that have just broken through are all 1 inch long. The celestial vine has successfully broken through. Impressive! To be able to successfully break through under the great source tribulation, he is truly a monster. I wonder what level the celestial vine's source energy is. It shouldn't be low level, right? Nonsense. With Shi Tianting's talent, his source energy can't be low level. It's at least mid-level. Many people were discussing this matter. Origin roots were also divided into different grades. They were divided into low level, mid-level, high level and peak level. Before breaking through to the origin realm, the stronger the power one controlled, the higher the grade would be after it was converted into origin energy. Of course, the majority of cultivators would have low-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin realm. This included many monstrous geniuses, even those who had broken through once or twice, but their origin roots were all low-level. It was simply too difficult to form a mid-level origin root. Only those who had broken through 3 times would have mid-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin world because the power they originally controlled was excessively strong. For example, Shi Tianting, who had broken through 4 times, would definitely have mid-level origin roots after breaking through to the origin realm. As for high-level origin roots, it was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was basically impossible for someone who had just broken through to the origin realm to form a high-level origin root. Even 4 times would not be enough. Of course, there were unparalleled monstrous geniuses who had broken through 5 times in the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. As for whether or not they could do it, that was unknown. As for peak-level origin roots, it was simply impossible for someone who had just broken through to the origin realm to form one. It was simply impossible. However, the grade of the origin root was not completely fixed. After breaking through to the origin realm, it was still possible to continue increasing it if there was a fortuitous encounter. It was just too difficult. The higher the grade of the origin root, the greater the power of the origin realm. There were many factors that affected a person's battle prowess at the origin realm. Their cultivation base, the strength of their genesis arts, their divine weapons and armors, and the grade of their origin roots. Of course, there was also their battle experience, battle awareness, and so on. Their cultivation base was only one aspect. Therefore, Lu Ming smiled bitterly when he heard that those at the early origin realm could move freely. Some existences seemed to only be at the early origin realm, but their battle prowess was unbelievably terrifying. Although Lu Ming might have broken through 5 times, it was still better to keep a low profile. It's too early for you to be happy. Shi Tianting has only passed the first trial. Forming an origin root under the origin tribulation is the most dangerous part. An old man said coldly. Many people's expressions changed, especially the members of the Yin Vine race on a cloudy day. They were even more worried. When one's origin root was destroyed in a battle, one's soul could still escape into the root hairs, and there was still the possibility of growing a new origin root. However, under the origin tribulation, the cosmic sea would not only devour the origin root, but also the root hairs. It would be truly uprooted without any luck. Rumble. At that moment, the rumbling in the void became louder. The cosmic sea seemed to be furious, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. The whirlpool spun rapidly, and then a terrifying devouring force acted on Shi Tianting's body. It had begun. Everyone was shocked, knowing that the most critical moment had arrived. If Shi Tianting could not endure it, everything he had done before would be in vain, and he would die. If he could endure it, his future would be bright. As long as he did not die, he would definitely become an immortal. Buzz. One could see that Shi Tianting's newly grown origin root was shaking violently, as if it was about to leave his body. No one can take away my origin root, not even the cosmic sea. Shi Tianting roared, and the aura of his entire body erupted. The origin force covered his entire body to resist the devouring force from the cosmic sea. Under Shi Tianting's full resistance, His origin route temporarily stabilized. However, the rumbling of the cosmic sea became even louder, and it seemed to be even more violent. An even more terrifying devouring force erupted. Shi Tianting's body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Chapter 5048. An even more terrifying devouring force erupted from the cosmic sea. Shi Tianting's body trembled, and he coughed up blood. His face turned pale. Many people cried out in alarm. Could it be that Shi Tianting couldn't hold on any longer? Was Shi Tianting's Genesis root about to be devoured? Shi Tianting coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. The origin force that covered his body trembled and began to disperse. Even his body began to slowly decay, and wisps of flesh and blood were slowly dissipating. The cosmic sea was going to devour even his flesh and blood. Shi Tianting had used his body and origin force to envelop the Genesis root to protect it and prevent it from being devoured. The cosmic sea was very domineering, and it wanted to destroy the defensive object first. Then devour the Genesis root and completely eliminate Shi Tianting. Not good. The heavenly Vine people were the most worried. Was Shi Tianting going to fail and die? What a pity. Shi Tianting had already reached this step and successfully stepped into the origin force. From now on, his achievements would be limitless. There was a broad path in front of him that would lead directly to the immortal Tao. He was destined to have a bright future. His death was an irreparable loss for the heavenly Vine race. Of course, some people were secretly happy. These people were from other forbidden lands. For example, the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race. They were competitors with the heavenly Vine race, and they didn't want to see a heaven-defying genius born in the heavenly Vine race. Once he grew, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Shi Tianting hasn't reached his limit yet. There's still a chance. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the battlefield. He had fought with Shi Tianting before, and he knew how powerful Shi Tianting was. It could be said that Shi Tianting wasn't any weaker than him before he comprehended Genesis techniques. He only won because he was born and raised in this universe and had an innate advantage. He didn't believe that Shi Tianting would die just like that. Shi Tianting roared, and his origin force crazily erupted. His body was covered in divine light, and then his body rapidly transformed into a vine. The vine was pitch black like black iron and filled with yin qi. This was the main body of the celestial vines, a powerful celestial yin vine. After the celestial vines transformed into their original form, they began to grow rapidly. From a few meters long, they quickly grew to millions of meters long. Countless vines extended from them, and these vines took root in the void. The air was grabbed by the vines and gathered toward the celestial seat vine, forming a layer of defense for the celestial seat vine. After reverting to his original form, the origin root in Shi Tianting's body became much more stable. Rumble! The cosmic ocean was roaring, and the void was shaking. The terrifying devouring power kept erupting, and it was in a stalemate with Seat Heaven Vine. Time ticked by. The hearts of the onlookers were in their throats. Everyone knew that every minute and every second was crucial for Shi Tianting. Perhaps in the next moment, Shi Tianting would be unable to withstand the pressure and be defeated. The situation of Celestial Vine was indeed not good. As time passed, he looked very miserable. Many of his vines were rotting, collapsing, and collapsing. The heavenly Vine, which was originally several million meters long and covered the entire sky, was slowly shrinking. It went from several million meters to hundreds of thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, thousands of meters. 2 hours later, only a few meters long trunk was left of the celestial seat vine's original form. But at this moment, things took a turn for the better. The roaring in the void began to weaken, and the eye-like vortex in the void also began to shrink. Through the vortex, the cosmic ocean was slowly calming down. It was no longer surging and roaring. In the void, the terrifying pressure continued to decrease. It was going to pass. The onlookers had mixed feelings. They knew that Shi Tianting had withstood the origin tribulation and successfully broken through to the origin realm. It was heaven-defying. Among them, The people of the heavenly Vine race were the most excited. Their race was going to produce an unparalleled powerhouse. He has withstood it. Looks like it's not completely impossible to break through under the origin tribulation. If Shi Tianting can do it, so can I. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with determination. There was another person who was as determined as Lu Ming. This person was from the Dark Heavens warrior race. He was as famous as Shi Tianting. He was one of the only 2 people in the universe who had broken through 4 times. If Shi Tianting could do it, so could he. His eyes were filled with determination. Other than the 2 of them, the other prodigies could only be envious. Shi Tianting had only succeeded in breaking through when he was on the brink of death. They were far inferior to Shi Tianting. Forcefully breaking through under the origin tribulation was courting death. Suddenly, the vortex in the void completely disappeared. But before the vortex disappeared, a beam of energy flew out from the cosmic ocean and shot at Shi Tianting. When this beam of energy landed on Shi Tianting, it quickly sank into his body. It could be seen that Shi Tianting's originally broken body was rapidly cultivating. The vines grew back and looked even tougher. Not only that, but the origin root in Shi Tianting's body was also changing. It was rapidly becoming thicker and longer. The origin root itself became more solid and emitted a dazzling luster. Everyone present, including the origin realm cultivators, was filled with envy. They knew that this was a gift from the cosmic ocean. Only those who succeeded in breaking through under the origin tribulation could receive a gift from the cosmic ocean. The gift from the cosmic ocean was no small matter. This energy could transform Shi Tianting. Not only would his physical body become stronger, but his origin root and soul would also be transformed. It could be said that Shi Tianting's origin root, or the power of the origin, had become stronger. Could it be that Shi Tianting's origin root has reached the advanced level? Someone asked in shock. With Shi Tianting's talent, even if he broke through under normal conditions, his origin root would definitely be at the intermediate level. Now that he had received a gift from the cosmic ocean, his origin root had transformed and become an advanced level? It's hard to say. In history, there are too few examples of successful breakthroughs under the origin tribulation. Moreover, everyone's talent and potential are different. The gifts they receive will also be different. No one can say for sure. Yes, maybe it has really evolved to the advanced level, or maybe it's still at the intermediate level. Some of the older generation figures were talking. They knew even more secrets. Just because one had broken through 4 times didn't mean that one could successfully break through to the source realm under the great calamity of the source realm. There were too many things involved. One's personal strength was the opposite, but there was also willpower, talent, potential, and so on. In history, there was no lack of existences who had broken through 4 times. They had broken through under the origin tribulation, but there were very few who succeeded. There were even existences who had broken through 5 times, but they did not succeed and died. Therefore, there was very little information left behind. Chapter 5049. Shi Tianting's physical body recovered rapidly. When he was fully recovered, he reverted back to his human form. At the same time, the energy between heaven and earth gathered towards Shi Tianting in a frenzy. Shi Tianting's aura rose rapidly. A terrifying pressure radiated from Shi Tianting's body. Many people in the surroundings constantly retreated. They felt like several hundred planets were pressing down on them. Shi Tianting's presence skyrocketed. This process lasted for several hours. Finally, Shi Tianting's presence completely stabilized. However, the pressure was still extremely powerful. It was even stronger than before. The peak of early reciprocity. Not only has he completely stabilized his cultivation after breaking through, he's even reached the peak of early reciprocity. Is this the benefit of breaking through under the origin crisis? That's not all. His body, soul, and origin root have all transformed. And that's just on the surface. The most important thing is his talent and potential. A few reciprocity experts exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were filled with envy. He had reached the peak of early reciprocity as soon as he broke through. Who knew how much time he had saved compared to ordinary people? His body, soul, and origin root had all transformed, becoming even more powerful. These benefits were enough to make people green with envy. However, these were only on the surface. They could be seen. The most important thing was talent and potential. Even if they increased, others would not be able to see it. For example, if one's comprehension ability increased, others would not be able to see it. These were the most important things. They were related to one's future achievements and limits. The breathing of many young geniuses became ragged. Desire filled their eyes. Breaking through under the origin crisis would bring just too many benefits. It was difficult for them to remain calm. Swish. At that moment, Shi Tianting, who had his eyes closed the entire time, finally opened them. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Anyone who met his gaze would feel a great pressure. Even the veteran reciprocity experts did not dare to look him in the eye. It could be said that although Shi Tianting had just broken through to reciprocity, he basically stood at the peak of early reciprocity. There were not many who could match him. Shi Tianting had already comprehended Genesis techniques. As for weapons and armors, Shi Tianting had already possessed them. They were all top origin grade weapons and armors. As for origin roots, Shi Tianting had to be at least mid-origin grade. Just how many early reciprocity experts possessed them? It could be said that as soon as Shi Tianting broke through the origin, his battle prowess skyrocketed. Wu Ju, if you can't make a breakthrough under the origin source tribulation, you will no longer be a match for me. Shi Tianting's gaze landed on a burly figure in black armor. This figure was called Wu Ju. He was the peerless genius who was as famous as Shi Tianting in the past. Wu Ju's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He knew that it was pointless to say anything now. The current Shi Tianting was indeed undefeatable. Before he broke through under the origin tribulation, it was useless to say anything. Instead, it would be laughable. Moreover, Shi Tianting was correct. If he could not make a breakthrough before the origin tribulation, the gap between him and Shi Tianting would be irreparable. He would never be a match for Shi Tianting. He didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was even more determined. He had to break through under the great tribulation of origins. Then, Shi Tianting's gaze leaped over the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I know you're here. When I just broke through, I merged with the universe and my spiritual perception was sharp. I've already sensed you. Shi Tianting spoke again. Lu Ming is here? Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others looked in Lu Ming's direction with cold gazes. As soon as they observed carefully, Lu Ming couldn't hide even if he wanted to. He was immediately discovered. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. It really is Lu Ming. Immediately, countless gazes looked at Lu Ming in unison. Some were curious, while some were gloating. 200 years ago, Lu Ming defeated Shi Tianting. Would Shi Tianting seek revenge on Lu Ming now? Lu Ming looked straight at Shi Tianting without fear. He understood that with his current combat strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for Shi Tianting, who had broken through. However, if Shi Tianting really wanted to fight, he wouldn't avoid the battle. If he really couldn't win, he could just hide in the great desolate ring. Since he had been discovered, he could only face it. Lu Ming, I have to thank you. To everyone's surprise, Shi Tianting actually said those words. Even Lu Ming was surprised. Being defeated by you has made me realize my shortcomings, allowing me to make up for my weaknesses and strengthen my Tao heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve a breakthrough under the origin tribulation. Shi Tianting continued. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but he sighed in his heart. Shi Tianting was really a terrifying opponent. After being defeated by him, not only did he not suffer a setback, he became even stronger and finally completed his transformation. Lu Ming had never seen such an opponent in his life. Even Lu Ming was impressed. I really want to fight with you again, but now is not the time. You haven't broken through to the origin realm, so you're not a match for me. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. When you break through to the origin realm, we'll fight again. I hope you won't disappoint me. Shi Tianting said in a gentle voice, but his gentle tone was filled with strong confidence. Before Lu Ming broke through to the origin realm, he wouldn't bother to fight. He wanted to wait for Lu Ming to break through to the origin realm before fighting with Lu Ming. Alright, when I break through to the origin realm, we'll fight again. However, I'll tell you this. If I can beat you once, I can beat you again. Lu Ming replied in a very strong and confident manner. Ah, good. I hope that day will come soon. Shi Tianting laughed loudly. Senior sister, Huang Ling, let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming pulled Mulin's and Huang Ling and quickly retreated. Lu Ming, where do you think you're going? Since you've shown yourself, you still want to leave? Stay. With a few angry roars, Zhu Tian and Emo Sha charged at Lu Ming. Apart from them, several other Origin Realm experts from the two clans also charged at Lu Ming. These people's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. Zhu Tian and Emo Sha were especially furious. When they thought of how Lu Ming had suppressed them in the past and even used them to exchange for top-grade source-level divine medicines, their killing intent towards Lu Ming surged. They wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. Let's go! Lu Ming retreated with Mulin's and Huang Ling. However, these Origin Realm experts were clearly extraordinary. They were all early Origin Realm experts. Their speed was astonishing. They quickly approached Lu Ming and erupted with their Origin Realm strength. Several terrifying attacks tore through the void and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a huge pressure. The battle prowess of these origins was very strong. The people from the two clans knew beforehand that Lu Ming had the battle prowess of a 4-time Origin Realm expert, so the ones who attacked were naturally not ordinary Origin Realm experts. They were all Origin Realm experts who were confident in suppressing Lu Ming. Chapter 50-50. The 9 demonic spider and several powerful Origin Realm experts of the extreme evil race launched attacks at Lu Ming. Space shattered as violent energy surged towards Lu Ming. It was an astonishing sight. These people were all extremely powerful. They could be regarded as experts among early reciprocity experts. They had all comprehended Genesis techniques and possessed soul-grade weapons. Lu Ming felt a tremendous pressure and was about to use his full strength to block the attacks. At this moment, a streak of black sword light appeared and sliced through space. The attacks of the Origin Realm experts were severed by the black sword light and dispersed in the air. Shi Tianting, what are you doing? Zhu Tian roared. The person who had blocked the attacks for Lu Ming was actually Shi Tianting. Lu Ming was also stunned. He never thought that Shi Tianting would intervene. He was about to use his Genesis techniques to block the attacks, but he stopped. Lu Ming just challenged me to a battle, yet you attacked him. What, are you looking down on me? Shi Tianting said coldly. Shi Tianting, we have no intention of opposing you. Lu Ming has a great enmity with us. We're just taking revenge. Emo Sha explained. I wouldn't care if you attacked somewhere else, but I'm definitely going to interfere today. A bunch of Origin Realm experts working together against a single divine master. How shameful. Aren't you ashamed? Shi Tianting sneered mockingly. Zhu Tian, Emo Sha and the others flushed red. They roared inside, you're amazing. Do you think everyone is as amazing as you? If we don't use our Origin Realm experts, how can we deal with Lu Ming? Of course, they could only roar inside. They did not dare to say it out loud. Shi Tianting was just too powerful. He was basically unmatched among early Origin Realm experts. Even if the Origin Realm experts of their two races work together, they might not be Shi Tianting's opponent. Lu Ming, you can leave, but I can only help you once. If you die at the hands of those rascals in the future, it means you're not worthy of being my opponent. Shi Tianting said to Lu Ming, his tone still arrogant. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although Shi Tianting was arrogant, he had a good character. He would remember Shi Tianting's help. If Shi Tianting did not make a move today, with his strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed. After that, Lu Ming took Huang Ling and Mulin's and retreated. Zhu Tian, Emo Sha, and the others stared coldly at Lu Ming, Mulin's, and Huang Ling. Since Shi Tianting was stopping them here, they would follow him in secret and make their move after leaving this area. Seniors, let's go back to the Azure Divine Realm. Among the crowd, Han Yu said loudly to some of the origins of the human race. Alright, in any case, Shi Tianting has already successfully broken through. It's time to leave. Let's go back together. The origins of the human race were all shrewd people. How could they not understand what Han Yu meant? Han Yu wanted to invite them to go with Lu Ming and the others to avoid being ambushed by the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. They had heard of Lu Ming's name a long time ago. With an inferior bloodline, he had the battle strength of a 4-time extreme evil race expert. Such a monster belonged to the human race. How could they watch Lu Ming be killed? All of a sudden, the human experts and Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Tsongqing divine realm. Damn it, Zhu Tian Mo Sha, and the others roared in their hearts. With so many origins of the human race together, they had no chance to attack. If they attacked by force, would they start a war with the Azure Divine Realm? They could not represent the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race. They only represented a faction of the 2 races. They could not make the decision to start a war with the Azure Divine Realm. At the end of the day, they wanted to kill Lu Ming because of a personal grudge. The 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil race would not start a war with the Azure Divine Realm for them. Now that the early stage origin realm had awakened, the various factions had become stronger and had more experts. Once a war broke out, it would involve more people. A war could cause the loss of many origins. This made the various factions even more cautious than before. In the past, no matter how they fought, the ones who died were divine lords and god emperors. For the beings of the Forbidden Lands, it was easy to cultivate god emperors and divine lords. However, it was difficult to cultivate origins. Origins were definitely the backbone of their strength. They could not afford to lose them. Zhu Tian, Mo Sha, and the others could only watch as Lu Ming and the others disappeared before their eyes. There will always be a chance in the future. There are still 300 years before the origin tribulation ends. There will be plenty of chances. Zhu Tian roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely cold. After Shi Tianting successfully broke through, the surrounding factions also left. The area became peaceful. Lu Ming, Mulins, and Huang Ling followed the human experts to the Azure Divine Realm. On the way, human origins constantly greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and replied to them. In general, the humans of the Azure Divine Realm were very friendly. They did not look down on Lu Ming because of his inferior bloodline. People like Lu Weiyang and Pang Shao were in the minority after all. The current human race was not like the human race of the previous epoch. The human race was not as strong as it had been in the primeval continent. They were also not as arrogant as before. In general, they got along quite well. After more than 20 days, they returned to the Azure Divine Realm. Miss Han Yu, did anything major happen in the universe in the 200 years I was gone? After returning to the Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming invited Han Yu to meet up and ask about what had happened in the years he was gone. The only major thing is that Shi Tianting broke through. There is nothing else, but there is something interesting that you might be interested in. Han Yu said. Interesting? What is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The 3 of you are from the Eastern Universe, right? Recently, there have been quite a number of people from the Eastern Universe. Han Yu said. People from the Eastern Universe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he asked, who are they? What do they look like? Miss Han Yu, can you tell me more about them? Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued when he heard that people from the Eastern Universe had come. About 100 years ago, many strange races suddenly appeared in the Western Universe, which attracted the attention of the 6 major forces in the Western Universe. The human race also sent people to investigate. In the end, they concluded that these strange races were also creatures from the Forbidden Lands, but they were not from the Western Universe, but from the Eastern Universe. According to the ancient records, they should be the Yuanguang race, the Baleful Yin race, and the Tsongming race. Han Yu said, they are creatures from the Forbidden Lands in the Eastern Universe. Why would they come to the Western Universe? Lu Ming was puzzled. I'm not sure. 100 years ago, those who came from the Eastern Universe were all below the origin level. In the past few decades, because the early stage of the origin level could move freely, the origin level of the 3 races kept coming to the Western Universe to join those who came before. They became stronger and stronger, but they didn't contact the major forces in the Western Universe, Nor did they occupy any resources, so the major forces didn't care. But through observation, the three races in the Eastern universe should be looking for something. Han Yu explained.